Ladies and gentlemen, please start making your way to the room. We're about to start the second day of the Defense and Resilience track. We are planning to start at 9 a.m., so please make your way to the room. Please make your way to the room. Thank you. Okay.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joanna Burnos.
And my name is Marcin Burzański.
We have the amazing pleasure of welcoming you to the second day of the Defense and Resilience Track at the Warsaw Security Forum 2021. Today we will discuss the most pressing issues related to NATO and Eastern flank, such as air defense, missiles, naval power, cybersecurity, and the threat of war, which we will hope will never come into practice. Thank you for being with us yesterday. We have all the way of the fascinating discussions and panels prepared for today. So I hope you will enjoy our common day as well. And I would like to also warmly welcome all the viewers who are with us online today. It's a pleasure to host you here at the premises of DoubleTree Hotel in Warsaw, as well as online.
Ladies and gentlemen, our appetites have been growing. Yesterday's discussion have raised many very important issues that we'll continue discussing on today for international security, for security of Europe, for security of the region. To summarize a little bit what we talked about and to give us a glimpse what we're going to talk about today, I'd like to invite now the president of the Casimir Pulaski Foundation and co-chairman of the Warsaw Security Forum, Mr. Zbigniew Pisarski. Zbigniew, please join us on stage.
Is it? No problem. Now you can hear me. Very good. I would like to welcome you to the second day of the Warsaw Security Forum's Defense and Resilience track. Today will be packed with exciting discussions and presentations that in this track will last all the way until 2:30. Then we will have a global outlook. Yesterday was a truly exciting day with fabulous and very inspiring speeches by the Polish authorities, Polish Minister of Defense, Mariusz Błaszczak, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Zbigniew Rau, Head of National Security Bureau, Minister Paweł Soloch, and of course the President of the Republic of Poland. We are in Poland, that's why I underline the presence of our host. But we were really happy to have numerous ministers of foreign affairs and defense visiting Warsaw, since we can say that for the last 2 days, Warsaw is a symbolic capital of discussion about European security. We talked about NATO's eastern flank with Minister Lorenzo Guerini, who represented Italy, which is a guest country at the Warsaw Security Forum this year. General Raymond Andrzejczak, General Philip Bridlow, General Hodges. We talked about the building of modern air forces and effectiveness of military procurement. It's never too much talk about effectiveness of procurements, and I think we all know about it. Last but certainly not least, we concluded the day with the Night of Freedom Award ceremony that went to an unbroken leader of the Russian opposition, Mr. Alexei Navalny. Many important things, all related to security and defense, have been said yesterday, shedding some insightful light on the discussions that we will be having today as well. During his keynote speech, President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda, shared his view that there are currently 3 pillars of European security that each have to be maintained and cared for equally. It is transatlantic cooperation with the United States, NATO, and the European Union. However, what's interesting, President Duda also pointed out that the European Union should not duplicate NATO's responsibilities in the form of the so-called European Army. Chief of General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces, General Raymond Andrzejczak, spoke about the need for greater resilience when it comes to new forms, hybrid warfare, such as the weaponization of migration, while at the same time not abandoning the traditional vectors of security like the NATO eastern flank. However, please remember that the second day of the conference will be equally thrilling and packed with fascinating discussions and even more industry presentations. Starting from discussing the integrated air and missile defense, all the way into discussing the relevance of the naval forces in the 21st century. We shall all discuss something that, although unthinkable, must be planned for. Si vis pacem para bellum, as we say, if you want peace, prepare for war. Among speakers that you will be able to hear from today are our good friends, General Hodges, Admiral Ziemiński, Admiral Jaworski, among others, and many other distinguished speakers. In the Warsaw room, starting from 1 p.m., you will be able to listen to a speech by Warsaw's mayor, Rafał Trzaskowski, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland, as well as Secretary General of OSCE, Madam Helga Schmidt, and our good friend, General David Patrius, former Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Thank you for being with us yesterday, and even more, thank you for being here with us today. We hope that you are enjoying your stay in Warsaw at the Warsaw Security Forum, and I wish you fruitful discussions and good networking over the remaining part of the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you very much, and I yield the floor to our wonderful moderators. Thank you very much, and welcome.
Now I would like to open the series of industrial presentations. I would like to welcome on stage Joe DeAntona, Vice President for Land Warfare and Air Defense at Raytheon Technologies. The floor is yours.
Well, good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to take a couple of minutes and begin today's forum where it appears that we transition from a national policy conversation more into the tactical environment of the application of the profession of arms. Again, my name is Joe DeAntona. I have the privilege of serving as the Requirements and Capabilities Executive for Land Warfare and Air Defense with Raytheon Technologies, and it truly is my pleasure to address this group in anticipation of our first panel comprised of some of the brightest experts in warfighting in Europe and in NATO. I'd like to start my conversation and discussion with acknowledging the great successes that have occurred over the last several years, where we have been able to marry up with our European partners and customers some of the best material solutions in the world in the defense industry. And we have been able to do so while also creating industrial partnerships with our European customer base. I have been working in this industry for several years, and it is really enlightening for me to watch how this process has occurred. And as a result of that, our European partners, and particularly where we are today in Poland, has secured the world's best military hardware that the world has on the market today. I'm going to use that backdrop to expose this group to another area where I believe it is important for us to continue to develop the capability. And that is in what I would call the non-material elements that can help close warfighting gaps. So we buy the best equipment in the world, which is step one. The next step is how do we now apply that hardware, those Patriot missile systems, those NASAMS medium-ranged air defense weapon systems, such that we succeed and achieve the maximum capabilities that they can provide. And what I would suggest to you is that there are a series of non-material opportunities that we should address. And if they are properly addressed, we realize the full capabilities of those material solutions. But if we do not, or we ignore them, we would tend to undermine the full capabilities of those systems. So what are these non-material solutions? Well, the first one, believe it or not, is very interesting and almost intuitive. What is the doctrine that we are going to use that is going to help us apply these material solutions? And does that doctrine help us optimize the capabilities of the solutions that we have chosen? Or do we need to modify our doctrine in order to achieve that capability? What about the organization that is going to be responsible for these material solutions? Is it structured the right way? Does it make sense? Do we need to modify the organization so that we can achieve the full capabilities? And once you kind of get beyond those broader terms, how about training? The best equipment in the world is sub-optimized if the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines who man those systems are not properly trained. And what do those training materials look like? Are they expensive? Are they low cost? Do they take advantage of virtual constructive environments? Or are they expensive and require lots of terrain and resources in order to keep our soldiers trained? These are some of the questions that military leaders that'll be on our panel wrestle with every day on behalf of their nations to ensure that we have the best solutions for our nations to protect and defend in accordance with the missions that they've been given. Believe it or not, there are also other material requirements that people should consider. You buy a very expensive, a very state-of-the-art piece of equipment, what kind of transportation requirements does it have? Are those already organic to your organization, or have you now incurred an additional cost to purchase specialized transportation equipment, for example, or power generation in order to operate that equipment? The next two topics, I think, are probably some of the most important non-material areas where military leaders focus themselves. How do we develop our leaders such that they become subject matter experts, not just in the material solution that we have purchased for them, but in the art and the application of that capability in the modern day battlefield? How about personnel? Again, some of the world's best equipment can require an increase in the number of personnel. And anybody who's worked a defense budget knows there's two major strains on budgets: material and people. And so looking beyond the material solution to see, does this solution afford me opportunities to save expenses when it comes to personnel? Or is it going to increase the tax associated because I'm going to require more personnel to operate this equipment? A couple of others at the end would be things such as facilities. Are there specialized facilities that this material solution requires? Do we already have them? Do we have enough of them? Do we have to build more of them? Again, the types of questions that our military leaders wrestle with in order to ensure that the people they represent are getting the best bang for the buck. The last one is one that has become increasingly more important in the 21st century, and then I will get off the stage. And it has to do with the policies that govern and or influence the use of these material solutions. They can be local policies, they can be regional policies, they can be national policies. But how do the policies potentially impact the use of the material solutions that we are purchasing? Are there things we need to do to adjust those policies so that we can achieve the maximum capability? Are they sufficient in order to allow us to accomplish the mission? So today was really more about asking questions, and I wanted the general audience to appreciate the fact that the material solutions that we all help with and that we're very proud of are part of the solution. In order to truly realize the impact of those material solutions, however, there are a series of non-material influencers that our military leaders and our elected officials have to deal with in order to ensure that when we are required to utilize these solutions, they can be done at their maximum capacity and capability. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be here this morning. I want to thank Raytheon Technologies for sponsoring this event, and I am really excited with the panel members that are going to join us to talk about integrated air and missile defense on the NATO eastern flank. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Joel D'Antona, Vice President for Land Warfare and Air Defense at Raytheon. Thank you for this insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to invite you now to the first panel of the second day of the Defense and Resilience track at the Warsaw Security Forum 2021. And as we have heard, it will be a very important subject of the integrated air missile and defense on the NATO's eastern flank, probably one of the most, if not the most important element of our defense structures in the region. And we have a very great friend of the Warsaw Security Forum who will be moderating the panel. It will be Mr. Marek Świerczyński, the head of Security and International Affairs Desk at Polityka Insight. Marek, let me invite you to join the stage and welcome your guests. And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you also that we will be taking questions at the panels and you'll be able to interact with the great panelists as well. Marek, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us this morning at the second day of Warsaw Security Forum. It's great to see you all, colleagues and friends from security and defense community in Warsaw in person, finally, after so many months. And I hope we will have an excellent discussion to kick off the second day of what has already been an excellent Warsaw Security Forum 2021. Let me begin with Radoslava Stefanova, head of NATO Ballistic Missile Defense Section. Before I ask you a specific question, I would like to broadly paint a situational awareness picture, because we need to stick very much to the threat environment, to the situation that we've got in our region, because we are about to speak from the perspective of NATO eastern flank. Just weeks ago, we've been watching very closely the events in Russia and Belarus linked to the Zapad 21 exercise. And of course, you've been sitting on Russia desk at NATO for many years before you moved to a ballistic missile defense section. I wonder if there was anything in the Zapad 21 exercise scenario or events that happened actually on the ground that made you wonder about Russia's capabilities in terms of ballistic missile and other aerial threats that we faced on the side of NATO.
So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this prestigious forum. It's my pleasure to join you in Warsaw, and thank you also for getting the chance to be on a panel with such distinguished panelists. To your question, I know you want me to talk about Zapad, and I can talk to you about Zapad for a while. But not necessarily in the context of integrated air and missile defense. We have issues with Zapad mostly because the Russians lie. They've lied before and they continue to lie, and they haven't reported the number of troops, which is contrary to what their own defense minister declared to their press about the number of troops. That number was in August announced to be 200,000. That warrants mandatory observation, something that Russia has never done under the Vienna document, and it's part of the problem that we have also in the context of the broader missile challenge coming from Russia. Zapad per se is not a challenge to us in the sense that we didn't see there anything that we didn't already expect to see, and we haven't factored in our decision making, not only in the context of integrated air and missile defense, but also in the context of our broader defense and deterrence, of which integrated air and missile defense is an essential part, but only a part. It's one part. I would just remind the audience of the appropriate mix, where nuclear and conventional capabilities have as much role to play as integrated air and missile defense. Yes, we did see some launches. We expected to see that much. As I said, our biggest problem is the fact that Russia doesn't abide by international law. In particular, it has undermined all conventional and non-arms control regimes, and then that's partly why we're so concerned. And that also led to the demise of the INF Treaty, including the deployment of the SSC-8 missile, which is, of course, of our concern. It's now deployed in places like Kaliningrad, Crimea. So that is the problem that we have. It's broader than Zapad.
Seen from Brussels' perspective and NATO's HQ, the eastern flank seems to be quite vulnerable to the Russian missile attack. But NATO, of course, is making progress in terms of rearming or actually implementing the air and missile defense systems across the eastern flank, and actually developments are happening as we speak. Just yesterday, the Czech Republic has signed a significant contract to acquire a Shorted system. A month ago, we've heard a statement from the Polish MOD to develop a modern Shorted system. A few years back, we had the decision from the Baltic states to jointly acquire a Shorted system. So, given all that, and again, from NATO's perspective, where are we in terms of filling the gaps in air and missile defense on the eastern flank?
All right, so the eastern flank is, of course, fundamental to our defense because it's closest geographically to Russia and the challenges that we're facing there, including, in fact, the growing missile challenges. And I can talk about them also in some detail if you like. But I just also wanted to put that in perspective. The challenges that we face from Russia are not only from the eastern flank. In fact, we discussed yesterday that Russia has deployed increasingly offensive missile platforms, not just on the eastern flank. It's in the Mediterranean, in the Black Sea. It's resumed the long-haul strategic bomber sorties over the North Atlantic. It's a challenge at 360 degrees all around our population and territory. And for that reason, in fact, integrated air and missile defense is an essential mission that is also at 360 degrees, aimed at all air and missile threats to NATO. So, and I would also mention that we also, aside from Russia, which is undoubtedly our greatest challenge at the current time, we also face other challenges, including from state and non-state actors that we also need to take into account, and that accounts for the essence of the mission, which is at 360 degrees. And we have taken, over the last several years, in particular after the demise of the INF Treaty, some significant steps to reinforce that mission. And by that I mean in terms of decision-making, streamlining, including our operational plans, as well as capabilities. You know, a number of allies, and you mentioned that already, have already been acquiring the appropriate capabilities. But here I would like to also make one additional point. It's not just about missile defense. It's also, even if not even more so, about detection, tracking, surveillance, intelligence, reconnaissance, fundamental capabilities, and of course, command and control, which is the value added that NATO brings to the table. So it's not so much about geography anymore, given the nature of the threat. It's about having the right mix of capabilities at the right time, at the right location. And that is what we've been working on, integrating all of that. And one last point I wanted to make is what I mentioned earlier. So, of course, it's about defense, but it's also about deterrence. And by that I mean certain threats are to be defended from, and certain other threats need to be deterred. And for that we need to use a mix of offensive and defensive capabilities. And they need to be seamlessly integrated. And air and missile defense is one part of this broader picture, and I think that's a very important point.
And this is exactly what I would like to ask you in the final first part of my questions to you, is what does integrated air and missile defense means to you and to NATO? I will ask a question to all the rest of the panelists, because this is the key word, and also it stands out in the title of the panel. It does not only need to be integrated within the air and missile defense system, but also outside of it.
You're completely right, and at the core of this concept is the notion of jointness. Jointness in terms of multi-domain operation, jointness in terms of capabilities, and especially and above all in terms of command and control and decision making. Of course, integrated air and missile defense may mean different things to different people. If you talk to engineers, they will tell you about a layered architecture and system. If you talk to operational planners, they will want to see an integrated plan of the nature that I just described earlier. If you talk to policy people like myself, we would like to see a seamless decision-making process. All of these things are important. All of that means integration, and this is what we've been working on, in particular over the last several years, to bring NATO integrated air missile defense to the front, so that it has the same place as the other components of the appropriate mix, overall in defense and deterrence.
Radoslava, thank you for this start of our conversation. We will continue also with the questions from the audience. Let me now switch to our second international guest, Lieutenant General retired Ben Hodges, great friend of Warsaw Security Forum and great friend of Poland. Ben, it's so good to have you again with us. You've been advocating for years, not only for the countries to enhance their air and missile defense capabilities, but also for the commanders in NATO and outside NATO, in the US Army that you've been leading in Europe for a few years ago, to have it very high on the agenda, if not, at the highest point of agenda. A few years back, we were all very concerned about the perspective of a military attack on NATO eastern flank. We've adopted some measures. What has been the result of these measures in terms of air and missile defense?
Marek, thank you. So I do believe that air missile defense is the #1 vulnerability that we have in Europe today. Of all the types of threats and challenges, I think we are most vulnerable in this, not because people have not been working on it, but because it is so complicated and it requires an integrated approach, multinational approach, and it involves civilian leadership. This is not something just for military commanders and units. This is about protecting European citizens. It's not about protecting the U.S. base at Ramstein or in Povets or down at MK in Romania. This is about protecting European citizens. And if the Russians are going to roll the dice and launch a strike into Europe because they see an opportunity or for whatever reason, then for sure they are not going to be reluctant to unleash salvos of all types of missiles, rockets, hypersonic weapons, and of course this would all be accompanied by fixed-wing aircraft and swarms of drones going after all of our sensors. So it will be a comprehensive attack when it happens. And that's why I feel that even though nations are purchasing Patriot, we're doing a lot of work in different areas, it hasn't been fully integrated into a permanent network of sensors, shooters, and command decision-making that gets practiced routinely. And that would be my #1 plea today, is that all of you put pressure on our alliance and on the United States and on your own government to demand a theater-wide, multinational, integrated air and missile defense exercise that ties together all of these things. I mean, imagine the context in which this would happen. There would be barrages of cyber attacks trying to disrupt all of our systems. For sure, some of these rockets, some of these drones would get through and take out sensors, so we would have gaps. So do we have the resilience to absorb damage and still be able to protect European citizens, but also to protect our ability to reinforce? That means, obviously, airports, seaports, airfields throughout. That's what this is about. And I would say one component of this that doesn't get talked about as much is, do we have to sit back and wait to be hit? I mean, what can we do left of launch? Yeah, I'm an infantry officer, was, and I grew up believing in the importance of initiative, not let the enemy decide everything and then you react. What can we do without being provocative, because our civilian leadership will have their foot on the brake from start to finish, but how can we get the initiative left of launch? That might mean non-kinetic means, but it also could mean a preemptive kinetic strike. And I think that the Kremlin needs to know that we have the ability to do that. I'm not talking nuclear, that we have the ability to do that, and that we would actually seriously consider it. And then my last point is that our civilian leaders have to be part of this process. Because this will happen before Article 5. This will be happening before the whole process gets going. So there will be a transition from national self-defense to, you can be sure the United States is here, we will be part of this. So there'll be a transition, and our civilian leaders have to have practiced that and thought through what they'll be asked.
In other words, this is the kind of integration of air and missile defense, not only within the armed forces, but one that expands into or before the conflict or crisis enters the hot phase.
Yeah, I mean, air defense, I almost wish we didn't have the D in there because it causes us to think about defense, when in fact we have to think in terms of offense, defense, protection, passive and active measures that we do, and it won't be a crew on a weapon system looking up in the sky and shooting down one rocket. It may be a sensor that sits on a hilltop in Turkey or on a Danish ship out in the Baltic Sea that is part of the recognition network, the sensor network, to headquarters that are somewhere in Germany that are probably drowning in cyber And then you've got launchers that are either on Aegis cruisers or maybe they're fixed-wing aircraft. And of course, you've got AWACS, and hopefully, who's coming after AWACS? I hope somebody is working really hard on the what will replace NATO AWACS. That's the integrated part. And of course, in perfect conditions, it is very hard to make all those things, those systems talk to each other. In a contested environment, it will be almost impossible. So that's why you have to practice it. And you have to do what General Andrzejczak did. You have to train to failure to find out where those gaps are.
And luckily we see this training happening during the Defender Europe series of exercise, during Astral Night series of exercise, etc. But since you've touched on that, one element of air and missile defense debate that always emerges when we talk is the A2AD concept, because when you talk launchers and left of launch options, you end up with the opposing battery sitting somewhere, and you need to find it. You need to drop your munitions on it. You need to break through this A2AD bubble. This concept has been, something like a myth of Russian capability. We've been through the discussion about it for a couple of years now. What do you think? What is the current understanding of this Russian capability?
Well, first of all, the pictures that all of us have seen now for the last few years, when you talk about A2AD around Kaliningrad or around Crimea, or even down in Tartus in Syria, these rings of death that, like, there's no way you can't possibly penetrate. Well, these are just circles that indicate the max effective range of certain system. It's not a 360 wall. And so I think that, in fact, I'm very sure that people in NATO, at SHAPE, at U.S. European Command, and Polish General Staff, and Lithuania, and so on, have thought through how would we do this to neutralize, for example, the air and missile defense capabilities that the Russians have in Kaliningrad. The number one modernization priority for the United States Army is long-range precision fires. So when we talk about multi-domain operations, it might actually be land systems enabling Air Force or maritime systems first, with non-kinetic means integrated to neutralize those systems that are sitting there in Kaliningrad, for example.
General Ben, thank you for this. And just to add, an MTDF, multi-domain task force element, has just been placed in Germany, where you live. Let me now switch to our Polish ground, and actually it is a very timely event today because we are just consuming the effects and the scale and scope of a huge modernization program that has been announced just a month ago. The decision has been made to procure a short-range air defense system called NAREW, and to integrate it with the medium-range air and missile defense system called Wisła. And I'm so happy that we've got among us a man who is actually leading the effort, Colonel Michał Marciniak. You have been busy for the last few years with the upper tier of Poland integrated air and missile defense. Now you've been given a task to add up the basis for it, the foundation for it, which is the very wide-reaching SHORED system. Tell us about how are you going to do this?
Yes, good morning. Yes, still good morning. Yeah, I was extremely busy with Wisła program, and right now I will be just more busy because we need to connect to tires, and the task I received is to create integrated air and missile defense system. And we've heard a lot of meanings of integration during our panel. And I think that, first of all, we should define what does it mean and what the integration means from the politics, what for the very high military HQs, what does it mean for the operational forces. And I would like to present our meaning, I mean myself and my office meaning of the integration, and that's I will use Marek you to present it. Let's imagine that myself and you, we are two separated air defense systems. With our brains, means command and control systems, we can speak, so the communication is here, and we have assets. I have my eyes to see something, and I have my hands to do something. And you have the same. Maybe the brain is different. And in the case, in our meaning of integration, on the very low level, and we call it interoperability, is that we can talk each other. And I will ask you to, I will tell you, this is the table. On the table, there is a bottle of water. Just take the bottle of water. Okay, that's all. So it means that our communication was connected only with the shared information, that I could see that the same table, I could see somewhere the same bottle, and I didn't engage you which hand you should do this, how you should do this. This is the interoperability, the lowest level. The system we are building in Poland right now, I mean the Wisła and Narew system, we are going a little levels up. I mean, we are going to have full integrated air and missile defense system. What would be the difference in our experiment? I mean, close your eyes. We have the same brains. Our communication is to exchange the common picture, common air picture, and with your closing eyes, using my eyes, I will force your hand, left hand, because I know that your right hand is busy. I will force your left hand and point you where is the bottle exactly on the table and pick the bottle up. This is the full integration. I don't have, I will not have separated systems with their own sensors, launchers, or whatever. We can use aircraft as a remote launcher or remote sensor. So this is the fully integration we are working on, and I do believe that during next couple years we will be able to present how it works. It's of course the 22nd century for air defense systems, but this is what we are looking for. That's my, I will come back to my previous words. We need to define what the integration means on the different levels, because create such type of the system all over the NATO is almost impossible, because create the cloud of the information all over the Europe plus the other countries would be impossible. But the question is, do we need it? Does the high military HQ need it, or put it on the regions and let them work? So this is it.
Yeah, I would like to ask you for a little bit deeper explanation. What makes this integration happen? What is required to not only link those systems, but to make them understand each other?
Yes, first of all, we are talking about a centric network. This is the answer almost for everything. And having this solution and the proper command and control system, the next important issue is communication. We need to share the information. Having in mind the electronic threats, of course, the sending information via radio could be jammed, but in the systems we have to variety possibilities to exchange this information. So this is the answer. What will give us capability to have exact the same information, exact in the same point. Because interoperability is the common air picture. Everybody knows what is going on, but no one can use the other assets if I don't control this asset? So this is the answer for this question, I hope.
And when will it actually happen? I mean, of course, the decision makers have presented some ideas about the timing of the implementation of the integrated air and missile defense in Poland, but I know that you have more specific deadlines, and actually, probably within a year, we will start seeing some elements of the system arriving in Poland.
Correct. We are building this system from the starting with the Wisła, because in our Patriot system, we are trying to add to the Patriot system Polish sensor from the SHORAD, the Bystra sensor. It means that it will allow me to see the objectives I couldn't see using the Patriot sensor. So this is the first step. The second one will be add and integrate, of course, integrate by our meaning, the effectors, additional sensors, like the early warning sensors, P18PL, for example. And I really do believe, I'm more than sure, that we should see the effects of our work in 2026 during the test on the range with the fully integrated air and missile task force from the Polish armed forces.
Which will be the first element of the entire system to be built.
Yes, once we prove that it works, it means that the rest elements of the system will be just duplicate and delivered directly to the users.
So even more exciting times ahead of us. And I guess one of the people who will be watching very closely with fingers crossed is General Dinsky, who will actually be at the receiving end of the process. He is probably one of the happiest men in the Polish military, because he is waiting to get his hands on this very capable system. General, can you tell us about the capability of the integrated air and missile defense as you think about it?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is the assessment of my feelings. I expect that in the next year and next couple of years, I will be so happy commander of the 3rd Air Defense Brigade. Why? And it is not just the perception that the commander used to be very happy from the soldiers that he is commanding. However, the capabilities which my brigade will deliver to the defense system. As it was stated by Colonel Marciniak, the building of the integrated, multi-layered, networked air defense and missile defense system is the top priority to my unit. This top priority comes from the NATO, the deterrence and defense concept, the deterring of the Euro-Atlantic area. This comes from the strategy, military strategy of Poland. As last year in May, President Duda issued a national strategy in which we had received the very direct task to build air defense and missile defense capabilities. This is task given to the Polish armed forces, going along with the military concept of the NATO issues to 2019. So all those efforts are fulfilling the situation why we are successful in the NATO. We are successful simply due to the fact that NATO is adopting and is able to adopt to those challenges. Those challenges, the big tech by Ms. Stefanova. Thank you for bringing up to our attention what is going on the eastern border, eastern flank, southern flank, Mediterranean. Yesterday, during one of the panel, as Chief of General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces, General Andrzejczak, asked controversial question from the military perspective. There is a eastern flank, there is a southern flank. Where is the front? Where is the front? And by my perception, air and missile defense capabilities, currently it is the front. It is those capabilities which NATO right now is not fully placing. And I am so glad and I am so happy that as Poland, with the modernization process of the Polish Armed Forces, is supporting NATO capabilities, building as the integrated air and missile defense capabilities, defending not only Poland, defending the whole NATO countries. And I would like to also recall the first day of Polish membership in the alliance, as March 12, 1999. From the first day of our accession to alliance, we provided with the means, with those capabilities, all to protect and to defend NATO, with QRA assets, with conducting air policing missions over 3 Baltic states, as a sequence of rotation at Šiauliai, as air base in Lithuania, as Amari in Estonia, and this year as our fighters were sent to protect the airspace over Iceland. Our radars continuously supporting air defense, providing as a recognized air picture. As air defenders, ground-based air defenders are on the post, providing the situational awareness to the air component command headquarters and structures. So we did it as a Poles from the very first day of our accession to NATO. And right now, with the procurement of Patriot advanced capabilities, equipped with PAC-3 MSE as missiles, we are delivering another highly and the best systems which is available on the world. In addition to those efforts, I would like to bring to your attention the procurement of the 5th generation of the fighter, F-35, and it is what I am recalling at the end, placement of the integrated air and missile defense battle command system, IBCS. The command system which allow us, the users, from the tactical level to do what was depicted by Colonel Marciniak, interoperability. Any sensor, best shooter. Shooter or effector could be delivered by the Polish Navy, frigates, which will be very soon on the Baltic, the F-35 or Patriot system. All those capabilities, any sensor, best effector, those are the most demanding situation and that we are challenging right now with the placement of those. And very quickly, I understand, yep, but the time, as Mr. Dantonas introduced the non-material as a portion of our efforts, how to place in the front and to support those material things. The training, doctrine, preparations of the personnel from the low level to the middle and to the decision makers, to support them with capabilities that we will deliver, and we will deliver those very soon.
Thank you, General. And I'm actually very glad that you've mentioned the frigates, because based on the stated requirements, they will actually serve as a moving sea-based air and missile defense assets, adding to both the ISR and effector capability. We've got less than 15 minutes till the end of the panel, and I'm ready to take questions from the audience, and I'm sure, you know, such distinguished panel, there will be many questions. We can, of course, continue the discussion, you know, for many hours, but I'm trying to see if there's. Oh yes, there is a question from Tomek Smura in the front row. My idea is to allow as many questions as you have, but please be brief so that we end within time.
Sure, Mark, thank you. My question is to Madam Stefanova concerning NATO ballistic missile defense. As we know, it was established in 2010 and it reached initial operation capabilities in 2016. But as we all know as well, it was implemented, it was created against the threats from the Middle East, especially from Iran. With, of course, American contribution as EPAA. We are closer and closer to reach final operation capabilities. And as we see in the NATO summit communique last one, on the one hand, it emphasized that the Russian missiles capabilities are more and more threatening for the whole transatlantic community. On the other hand, we saw in the communique that the NATO BMD capabilities are directly not against the Russians' the missiles. So, as you are inside in the NATO HQ, how do you see the talks? You know, do you have some insight? How, if you consider somehow to change the NATO approach and include somehow Russia within the ballistic missile defense? And only second short question to all the panelists. We know that missile threats, the spectrum is wider and wider. We've got ballistic missile threats, we've got cruise missile, right now we've got hypersonic threats. So in the next 10 to 20 years, which kind of threat you consider as the most important from the integrated missile defense point of view? Thank you.
Radoslav.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm glad you asked it because there continues to be a lot of confusion, including actually in expert communities about the BMD mission as opposed to the IMD mission. So let me try to untangle it if I can. So the NATO BMD mission is a peacetime mission. It is based on assets donated through the US European phased adaptive approach, but also Turkey and Spain and Romania contribute with different capabilities. Yes, we're moving towards full operational capability, hopefully very soon. And this was indeed originally designed in 2010 to fend off threats coming from outside the Euro-Atlantic area, in particular threats coming from the Middle East. This political and operational specification of the system hasn't changed. So it is designed technically to deal with missiles coming from farther away than those from Russia. And it's not intended, in fact, and not therefore not capable to deal with Russian ballistic missiles. For that, there are other capabilities. And for that, we have integrated air and missile defense, where we use all kinds of capabilities at 360-degree approach, as I said, against all air and missile threats, including those from Russia. So it's important to make the distinction. That system is, and we've said this to the Russians many times, all the way through 2010. Of course, they choose not to believe us, but that's fine. That this system simply is technically not intended, or it doesn't have the capabilities to deal with their strategic deterrent. It doesn't. Those principles were most recently upheld again at the latest summit. I don't foresee that changing. Does that mean that we are somehow vulnerable to the evolving Russian missile capabilities, and they have evolved in particular over the last several years, and I mentioned some of them before? No, we have other means to deal with them. I hope that's clear.
And the second question that Tomek asked seems to me very interesting. The future mix of threats, and how do we see the danger of it? Because we, as Tomasz said, we have ballistic, classic ballistic missiles. We have cruise missiles of many kinds. We have hypersonic weapons, which, by the way, can come in the form of hypersonic glide vehicles shot by ballistic missile, or super fast cruise missiles moving in the atmosphere. And of course, we've got a plethora of these loitering munitions and drone munitions, which are literally almost invisible to the current sensors. So the threat spectrum is expanding probably faster than the defense spectrum. Who of you? General, maybe the general's here.
General Hodges? Okay. Per the air defender perception, the most important is how to keep the superiority of the air power. If we will lose the possibility to keep air superiority over our land, we will lose the war. So it is the most important fact. So how to build and keep air superiority, it is in the terms of multi-domain operations, joint operations. It is the synergy effect delivered by each component. So those three components, which are classical as land, as air and navy, and those two as space and cyber as capabilities. And per those requests, the most important is to protect the points which has to be defended from the saturated attack. So the sum of the ballistic, air-breathing threat, and cruise missile is the most threatening situation.
For me, it's the combination of all of these things. So I would agree with much of what Casimir has just said, but it's not going to be individual rockets or missiles or aircraft that are coming. It's going to be swarms of drones going after sensors. You remember, it wasn't that long ago that the Russian ambassador to Denmark said publicly to the Danes, hey, if you put any sensors on any of your ships to be part of some sort of NATO air and missile defense network, you are going to be a nuclear target. I mean, this was not some knucklehead in his mother's basement. This was the ambassador with that kind of a threat. But we have to have sensors on Danish ships and on Polish ships in the Baltic Sea that would be part of this network, because so many sensors will be lost, I think, in the first hours, because they'll all be targeted either by drone or strike or non-kinetic. So we have to have have layers, obviously, as well as depth of these sensors to be able to defeat these systems in their opening hours of what we're talking about. Before this is a NATO thing, this is going to be Poland, US, Lithuania. I do worry about who's protecting the Baltic Sea. The US Patriot Battalion, for sure, will be consumed protecting Ramstein. It'll take the whole battalion to do that. Our allies in Estonia and Latvia would really be hard-pressed to afford high-end medium range, medium altitude systems. Lithuania has NASAMS. Sweden is just now getting Patriot. But this is not enough to cover the whole Baltic. And so when we talk about burden sharing, I think this is where Germany and the Netherlands could really step up and take on a much larger role, providing protection for our allies and partners in the Baltic Sea.
And this is probably the moment that we need to accept the reality that, you know, whatever air defense we actually can afford will never be 100% tight.
Well, for sure. And even if we had exercised every month, there will be losses. I mean, the other side gets to vote too, and they're going to come at us in a way that is real damaging effect. So we have to assume that we're going to suffer losses and can still protect our citizens.
Do we have any more questions
Mark,
from the audience?
sorry,
There is the question. Yeah.
Mark, I'm sorry,
Wojtek.
can I just jump on this last point that you made very quickly? It's true, but that's not the point. It's not the point because, as I mentioned, air and missile defense has to be seen in a continuum of other capabilities, offensive and defensive. Yes, no one has everything to defend every inch of their territory at all times, all the time, everywhere. Also, not our adversaries either. This is not the point. We have other means to defend from systems like the new hypersonic missiles. And some of them, as I mentioned earlier, need to be deterred. And it's probably not a wise investment to try to defend effectively against them. And there are many reasons for that. Costs, among other things, technical precision. We need to find out exactly more about the hypersonic weapons. And there's an ongoing effort actually at NATO to understand their impact on strategic stability. But the point is that air and missile defense is one of several capabilities that we have to ensure the effective defense of our territory. Deterrence is another.
And it is, of course, another dimension of the integration.
Absolutely.
Wojtek.
Hello. Wojciech Wulczak, I'm a defense expert and the vice president of Altair Group. With great respect, I received the words of Colonel Marciniak about 2026 as a this is what I understood as a margin or the border time and date for the first trial, exercise trial of the Polish, let's say, integrated short range and the middle range missile and air defense. Can you please provide us some more details? Is that properly? I understood that this is a border date of achieving some capabilities of integration in Polish and missile defense. This is the first. And the second, do you also consider in building Polish integrated missile and air defense also the new threats like those which were emerged during the Karabakh campaign, loitering munition, which is also a very important threat right now? Thank you very much.
Okay, answering for the first question, the year 26 is connected strictly with the capability of development and the building elements which will be integrated. Because what we are building right now, we are building air defense based on the Polish solutions. As you could see in the Wisła program, we bought from the States using FMS contract only elements we have to buy. The rest is the Polish one. Right now we are building the rest of the equipment like MCCs, the shelters, whatever. So having in mind that in the narrative we will transfer the huge portion of the knowledge of the technology to Poland, we need some time to build it. And the question we have right now is if our industry together with MOD is ready to provide to do these tasks in 2026, we are ready. And of course, we have to do this outside of the country because of the range and because of the different scenarios we are going to go. So this is the answer. And the question, the second one was? Yeah, it depends on the other words. In the final squadrons, we are going to build air defense, integrated air defense missile squadrons. Will have elements to fight with the light elements, light threats. But I would like to come back to the question Marek asked about the levels of the threats. From my opinion, I think that the biggest threat is the missiles. I'm original from the Air Force, and from the pilot perspective, I wouldn't like to fly over the zone where any kind of air defense exists. So we should focus on the missiles. And to be honest, the speed doesn't matter, because the missile has to land somewhere. So if we will not follow the missile for the Mach 8, Mach 10, but we will wait for them.
Thank you. We've run out of time, and although we could probably spend the rest of the day debating all the details and all the threats and all the measures, we need to end, not to consume any more of your time. Thank you very much for this. This is a continuous discussion, and we will continue next year on Warsaw Security Forum and elsewhere. Radosława Stefanowa, Ben Hodges, Kazimierz Dyński, Michał Marciniak, thank you so much.
Dear speakers, dear Marek, thank you very much for this insightful debate. I think that the biggest take of the panel is the fact that it is definitely worth pursuing an integrated missile and air defense among the NATO members on the eastern flank. And now it's the time for the second batch of industry representations. We have 3 of them. I would like to welcome to the stage the representative of Leonardo Electronics Division, Mr. Riccardo Ricci, who is the marketing and sales country manager at Leonardo Electronics Division. Welcome on stage.
Dzień dobry pani, dzień dobry panowie. My name is Riccardo Ricci. I'm the country manager of Poland for the Leonardo Electronics Division. This is and it is a great pleasure and honor for me to be here, as already I've been here also last year, and I see a very great improvement in all stages, and I believe that this Warsaw Security Forum is a great opportunity for everybody to sharing opinions, building opportunities, cooperation in between Poland, both in the military field, so with the Ministry of Defense and with the industry. Leonardo is present in Poland. I don't know if you know, since a very long time, since '92, right now. For your information, we concluded a contract, the first contract with Uta Stavolavola at that time for the 60mm turret on board of a tracked vehicle. That was as a former Otto Melara company, but we were also present in, later on with other opportunities with Selex Galileo, and lastly as Leonardo, just providing radars, communication on the coast, on the board, and Coastal Guard, and communication radio systems and gun mount. We are here today to present, to show you the capability of Leonardo, mainly in the naval capabilities, in the naval field, of course. We had already experience in the Polish Navy, of course, as you may know, with the 76 and with the Marlin system on board of Ślązak. That has been already proven, already tested with a great success. And right now I would like just to show you the portfolio of naval product that we we have. Since we have a very short time, I will even have later on a short movie that is giving you the opportunity to see how those elements of Leonardo, those items, those equipment of Leonardo are integrated inside of the ship. So integrated naval combat system is a very big word. However, it is Leonardo, I believe, is the only one company that is able, the contrary of other competitors in the combat management system and in the weapon system, to equip a frigate with all systems that are equipping a normal frigate. In this case, what you see here is exactly the portfolio of Leonardo in this field, and we can provide radars as a Kronos Grand Naval, Kronos Power Shield, and Kronos Dual Band, or in sensors like SP732, IFF interrogator, navigation radars, optronic system like Janus or IRST, infrared search and track, electronic warfare, fire control system as NA305 or Medusa, CMS Athena with tactical tables, and all kinds of communication, of course, VHF, UHF, airborne intercommunication system, and the technical data links 11, 16, and 22. Of course, we have also weapon system. In this case, our portfolio is giving you the opportunity to choose among many, many kind of systems, from a small caliber up to the bigger caliber that is a 5-inch on board of our frigates of the Italian Navy. In this case, with both with a 76-82 millimeter and with the 5-inch, we have a capability to fire also ammunition, special ammunition and guided ammunition, as you will see later on. Underwater system, you have already in place in service MU-90. We can provide also a sensor, Black Snake, ATAS sensors, and so on. So this is more or less, as you can see here in the slide, the portfolio of all the weapon, all the sensors and CMS system that we could integrate in a frigate like the Miecznik. Just for your evaluation, this is a frame frigate, so anti-SOM system and different, even modular system. All those systems that you see in blue color are already are integrated inside of the frigate and are representing one of the equipment of Leonardo. Of course, a few words about the system and naval global above water surveillance. We have the Kronos naval family that is very powerful in Power Shield, or Kronos Dual Band, or Kronos Naval Grand Naval, and in 2D, 3D above water surveillance, multifunctional ESA radar, medium and long surveillance, and ballistic early warning. But not only, because we have also complete fire chain integration, fire chain integration with Leonardo CMS, fire control system, and gunnery. This is capable to drive ammunitions. We have two kinds of ammunition in this case. Vulcano, that is guided by GPS and with semi-active laser at the end of the trajectory, and so is very much precise and is more or less doubling the capability of the range with a great CEP precision at up to 40 kilometers in case of 76 millimeter, and up to more than 80 kilometers for the 5-inch. We are talking about a real missile, not only ammunition and ammunition. While we have combined with NA330S Mk2, we are able also to guide ammunition like a dart, which is a subcaliber ammunition guided in combination with the radar and an emitter that is on board of the gun mount. We can fire against missiles, even maneuvering missiles. It's very capable to destroy the missile. The concept is no more closing weapon system. Closing weapon systems are capable to destroy something with a great percentage of success. Only a threat, only when the threat is so close to the ship that in any case is destroying great part of the ship. In this case, the concept that we provide is to have an ammunition capable to reach this threat at more than 5, 6, 7 kilometers from the ship in order to at least deviate the threat. And this is very much a good opportunity. Of course, the costs are huge because we are talking about a sort of missile against a missile and not only an ammunition. Last slide is regarding the state of the art of CMS Athena. We have, of course, we had the opportunity to show all over the world our system. We have recently had the exhibition in La Spezia, wherever we show also to the Polish Navy the capability of this system that is very much innovative. Natural interface, reduces time of action, unparalleled performances, operative capability scalable from aircraft carrier, submarine and small vessel, carbon fiber multifunctional console, which is with a touch and screen, and innovative ATC server architecture. So having said this, unfortunately, I have only somehow one minute, not more than this, and I will conclude my speech with showing you one movie that is in a certain way showing you how all those equipments are integrated inside of a frigate like the Miecznik, in which we are very much involved right now. So I believe that. Okay. So I saw that I got even too much time, 2 minutes more than foreseen. So I would like to dziękuję bardzo, and of course you have my contact eventually if you need something. Dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. That was Leonardo Electronics Division. And now I would like to invite you to the second presentation, investor presentation by Mr. Christian Chmielewski, the representative of Kongsberg, General Manager at the company. Please welcome on the stage.
Good morning. I have a pleasure to shortly introduce a Kongsberg company from Norway. In my presentation, since we have only 10 minutes, I will focus on 3 main points. The first is a strategic focus on strong capabilities in-house. Second is collaboration. And the third is technology that makes a difference for a number of global challenges. So, Kongsberg, with 200 years history, focuses on business areas which is best in, from outer space to deep sea. We create strong alliances that leads Kongsberg to a better global market position. And we create a technology and we provide a technology which contributes to safer and healthier environment across public domains. In terms of specific technology that we provide and we are really best in is command and control systems, including the integration capability that we have. That is one of our key and one of the strategic capability and skills we have. On the base of the same open architecture baseline, we build and we provide air defense systems, coastal missile systems, and combat systems for the ships. We also provide state-of-the-art 5th generation missiles for ships, coastal systems, and fighters. This is a great achievement from Kongsberg, where we delivered both integrated combat system and command and control system and missiles for a lot of different countries, including US. In terms of collaboration, and since we are in between 2 panels, the air defense one, which we just had, and the naval one, which is ahead of us, I would like to point at 2 examples which are very, very successful in Kongsberg history. The first one is NASAMS system, which is produced, developed with a strategic partnership with US company Raytheon. And this is a great success when you see 12 flags on the chart here. And we are pursuing almost 30 programs globally nowadays. The second example is the combat system cooperation, which we designed and we are about to deliver for a global market of the submarines with ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems. We believe that that will really pay off in our strong and great effort we did with Germany. There is more and more, and I wanted to highlight it because it's interesting from the technology point of view, that there is more and more exchange between civilian and defense technologies in both ways. Kongsberg designed and starts producing naval vessels based on civilian ships design for more operational flexibility and lower costs. I think it's extremely important to underline that ships, frigates, not mentioning bigger ships, are extremely expensive. So that's why we are designing something for the future where different modules and different missions can be executed, as I said, for the lower cost. It's also that based on the defense technology, based on the missiles, on the command and control, on the remote weapon stations, we build an unmanned container ships, and we also deliver remote towers for unmanned operation of different airports. We started in Norway, but we are heading on, and we gather new customers on that. The Yara Birkeland program is one of our key successes in a new technological approach to the unmanned ship traffic on the sea. And on top of it, Kongsberg is engaged a lot in space business, where we invest in satellite equipment, in ground stations, and the science missions. And that is really important, that the technology we provide and the services we provide gives a maritime surveillance and situational awareness for many customers all over the world. So the bottom line is, again, that Kongsberg is a company from Norway which has only 5 million citizens, but is a very successful company globally, also having a great market share in United States of America, and in the Northern Europe, and not only globally, also in Australia. And by a small country, we focused on niches, we looked for the collaboration, and we are looking for the best technology in the world. So I believe that being here in Poland, this is a great story for the Polish industry and for the other industry, in which one of our strongest capabilities is also to bring technology to different countries and produce and design together the products and technologies. So that is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chmielewski. And now I would like to invite you to the third presentation of Babcock International. The presentation will be given by the Vice President for Business Development, Mr. Jonathan Walton. Welcome on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here to introduce Babcock, perhaps one of the less known companies involved in this auspicious event. My purpose is to do that, to introduce Babcock, to introduce the product that we are proposing for the Mierznik requirement here in Poland, and also to demonstrate how Babcock's track record of industrial partnership, permanent industrial partnership throughout the world, can be replicated here in this market and in similar markets in the region. So the first point I want to make is that we are an international aerospace and defense company listed in the London Stock Exchange. We operate in many markets internationally, including in UK, obviously, that's our home base, France, Canada, Australia, and South Africa. Significant revenues and a large number of employees. Our sectors are divided into nuclear, land, marine, and aviation. Now, I didn't want to specifically mention AUKUS or Brexit in this presentation, but you may find the shadow of those lurking in these charts. So as you can see, we are involved in the civil and nuclear sector, sustaining the UK's nuclear deterrent and other nuclear-powered submarines. In the land sector, we operate servicing and training in the land vehicles sector. In aviation, we train pilots, military pilots, and we operate in the oil field supply sector, firefighting, and air ambulance. In marine sector, my sector, we build ships. We design and build ships and support ships for the Royal Navy and global navies. In particular, we are a long-term partner of the Royal Navy, designing and building warships. You can see the photograph of our shipyard in Rosyth, near Edinburgh, where we built the Queen Elizabeth-class carriers. We support the Type 23 frigates of the Royal Navy at our shipyard in Devonport. We produce equipment. That photograph represents a weapons handling and launch system, and we're involved in military technology for infrastructure and intelligence, systems and equipment, and some very highly classified communications programs. Now for the frigate, the Arrowhead 140. A new entrant into the frigate market, and I've managed to describe the product using 8 or 9 adjectives, all conveniently ending in BLE. Anyone who could think of any more adjectives like that, please get in touch. The first point is about capability. This is a cutting-edge proposition in the frigate market. The Minister for Defence yesterday talked about the volatility and the unpredictability of the market, and in particular, the requirement for an effective air defence combatant here in Poland. Reliability means that the hull form that we have on this vessel is already proven in NATO service, and she exceeds all international naval safety survivability standards, and has been selected for the United Kingdom for the Inspiration-class frigate requirement, and most recently, a couple of weeks ago, we signed our first export contract with Indonesia. Those ships will be built indigenously at Surabaya. The vessel is adaptable, meaning that we can configure her to the widest range of customer requirements at the point of acquisition, and in particular, that air and missile defense configuration. She's flexible, readily convertible during the in-service life, which will be many decades, for changes in operational demands. And the Minister also referred to that in terms of the unpredictability of the threat environment. Uniquely, I believe she's affordable. It's a value for money proposition that we think is unequaled in the frigate market, benefiting customers, their taxpayers, and that refers to both the initial acquisition and also the in-service costs. For example, she can be operated with a crew of less than 100. She's buildable in the sense that the simplicity of the design allows fast and multi-yard construction with less than 1 million man-hours. She has a modular design which facilitates that, and we pull through, as our colleague from Kongsberg mentioned, pulling through the commercial technology that has been learned in the large commercial ship markets, pulling through the advanced naval architecture that is currently used in those markets. She's operable and interoperable. It provides a stable weapon platform because of her size and scope, and an efficient work environment for the crew, and also the opportunity to interoperate with the United Kingdom, a key NATO ally, of course, of Poland, and the ability to not only operate in the Baltic area, but also in the Black Sea, the Arctic, as was mentioned by the Minister, and beyond. She's highly supportable, designed for ease and low cost of maintenance, and we use our digital technology that we've developed in the UK to create an efficient in-service support environment. Most importantly, I think it's in order to support Poland and our other international partners develop their own indigenous, long-term, sustainable defense industrial capability is crucial to the security of the nations. And in this particular case, we will work with the PGZ Miezhnik Consortium and the wider Polish supply chain to transfer Arrowhead 140 technology and knowledge into Poland. We'll provide a compliant functional design for Mierznik. We'll support the classification of the ship in due course. We will support production design. We'll support platform and systems procurement and supply chain management. We'll provide the development of digital systems, infrastructure for the ship construction and production facilities. We'll transfer digital build and in-service support capabilities, support program scheduling and the construction project itself. We'll support the commissioning and acceptance of the vessels in due course, and overall, that will assure the enduring skills development and in construction of vessels and essentially the in-service support of vessels for Poland into the future. I think that concludes my remarks. I may have in fact beaten the 10-minute requirement. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for those insightful presentations from industry leaders who are present here at the Warsaw Security Forum. We will now move to the second panel of the day, which will take us onto the seas, onto discussing the importance of the role of naval forces today. We have a very interesting title, Naval Forces in the 21st Century, a luxury or necessity in the contemporary world. So definitely an important subject to discuss. A lot of great speakers who will join us for this panel. I will firstly invite the moderator, also a great friend of the Pulaski Foundation, Ms. Beata Górka-Winter from Warsaw University, who will lead us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beata Górka-Winter. I'm a security expert currently at the University of Warsaw, formerly at Polish Institute of International Affairs as security director, and with the same position with Polish Armaments Group. Today, I have a pleasure to host a panel on the future of naval forces in the 21st century, a luxury or necessity in the contemporary world. We have several distinguished speakers, so I hope the panel will be very interesting. I'm sure the panel will be very interesting. Starting, if I may introduce our panelists first, Commander Claudia de Cesar, Captain David Goldsmith, Rear Admiral Krzysztof Jaworski, Ruben Johnson, Rear Admiral Jarosław Ziemiański. Commander Claudia de Cesar from Italian Navy General Staff, Captain David Goldsmith from UK Ships Acquisition Future Systems Royal Navy, Rear Admiral Krzysztof Jaworski, Commander of Maritime Operations Center, Ruben Johnson, Defense Technology Analyst and Political Affairs Correspondent based in Kiev, and Rear Admiral Jarosław Ziemiański, Inspector for the Navy, Poland. So, as I was instructed not to make any introductory comments, as we don't have much time, and the panel will be very dense, I guess. So my first question goes to Rear Admiral Krzysztof Jaworski. Commander, in the Polish expert discourse, there is an ongoing debate what kind of ships our Navy needs, frigates, corvettes, submarines, with or without cruise missiles. But starting point for any debate of this kind should be the question, why do we need Navy? So for what purposes we should build and maintain capable naval forces? If you could start with this question, please.
All right, so to answer this question, I think that we have to think about what are maritime national interests. And after that, we will know what kind of Navy we need, what capabilities, following proper and effective procurement process. So I think that Navy is designed primarily to protect, and in case of need, to defend maritime national interest. Let me refer to three primary functions of the Navy. It can be presented as a triangle, by the way, introduced by our Professor Makowski from Polish Naval Academy, namely diplomatic function, military function, and police function. As far as diplomatic function is concerned, it refers to so-called show the flag, showing or presenting willingness of the country to defend its national interest. Also, it can be operation like civil military cooperation, evacuation, or some humanitarian assistance operation. Regarding police function, it can be operation like patrolling, dealing with smuggling, counter-drug operation. Mainly, it's done together with Coast Guard or Border Guard. As far as military function is concerned, it's mainly about detecting, deterring, or defending above-mentioned maritime national interest, or to defend integrity of territory of country. Another very important task for the Navy is to protect sea lines of communication and, of course, protecting harbors. But on the other hand, Navy should be able also to deal with operations like blockade of enemy harbors or to defeat enemy transport. And even that we are at the beginning of this debate, very interesting, I would say, answering the initial question, that it's obvious. Navy, it's a certain necessity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question was based on the ongoing debate in Poland that considering the scarcity of financial resources, to which branch we should devote more. Maybe we cannot afford some branches and concentrate our resources on in completely different direction. But from what you said, for me, it's obvious that our tasks of our Polish armed forces stemming from Article 5, we do need Navy for that. Thank you for answering this question. And my second is going to Mr. Ruben Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you're following strictly developments around the Black Sea, where some dangerous incidents involving Russia and NATO states' navies took place. How do you assess the risk that any such of kind incident on the Black Sea or the Baltic Sea can turn into open conflict? What can NATO do to mitigate these risks?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me. Yes, well, if you look at those different incidents, you would be forgiven for thinking that the Russians really have it in for the USS Donald Cook, because it's been the subject of harassment in both seas. These are probably, these type of incidents are probably the most dangerous that there are, because they essentially involve some very unprofessional behavior, particularly by Russian aviators. And these are the types of incidents that can turn into a shooting war with very little chance to slow things down once they've gone kinetic. But it demonstrates the necessity of a Navy. A Navy in the modern day is not a luxury. The United States has depended on its Navy to protect commercial sea routes for more than 200 years. The first foreign war fought by the United States was in the early 1800s against the Barbary pirates, because they were interdicting US commercial sea interests. And throughout the entire history of the US Navy, it's constantly been called upon to defend interests far away from America's shores, but that's what happens when you're a country that's surrounded by oceans on both sides and your trade stretches all the way around the world. But with regard to the Black Sea and Ukraine, it's virtually the same situation. We had a war scare back in April of this year, in which there were some 50 Russian vessels operating in the Black Sea and interdicting Ukrainian commercial traffic and blockading areas, declaring other areas to be temporary off-limits. And the fact remains that the lion's share of Ukraine's $103 billion worth of Ukraine's commercial trade moves by sea. If you can cut off the city by sea, then you're in a very bad spot. So the Navy's absolutely vital for any nation which has interest beyond its borders, and nations that have seaports. It's absolutely something you can't live without.
Thank you very much for your answer. And my first question goes to Rear Admiral Jarosław Ziemiański. Poland is currently in the development phases of Miecznik program that aims to build multi-purpose state-of-the-art frigates for the Polish Navy. Why Poland decided to pursue this type of ship? Are frigates the backbone of modern Navy? What type of vessel should be prioritized next? Maybe submarines.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Admiral Jaworski just mentioned primary tasks related to Polish Navy, not only because they are very general for all navies. Doesn't matter in which area we operate. Yeah, that's true that we start the process of procuring the new frigates, which should replace currently operates Perry class frigates we possessed at the beginning of 2000. So why frigates? If we're looking for a defense strategy, that's underline very precisely that we should provide air defense, integrated air defense in all domains. Taking into account joint domain operations, Navy has the role to play in these operations. So, panel regarding air defense mentioned about the issue concern who will provide air defense over the Baltic Sea. And General Hodges mentioned that presumably it should be well-equipped German armed forces or Dutch armed forces. I think that procurement and introduction of new built frigates to the Polish Navy will give us new capability, which should be integrated to air defense, not only of armed forces, but air defense and missile defense of the country. Because Navy, which is obvious, is It's equals mobility, easily accessing distant areas in maritime domain, where there is no need to take any diplomatic clearance, because we usually operate in a peacetime and crisis time in international waters. So it's much easier for us, where there is no need to put boot on the ground to operate in areas where there is maritime interest allow us or lead us. Moving to another part of question, are frigates the backbone of a modern navy? I think that most modern navies can say that frigates, if we accept this or no, are really backbone of modern navies. But of course, it depends on the involvement in real operations. Are we talking about crisis operations or constabulary operations, which Admiral Jaworski mentioned? It's just a matter of cost effect. Do we need to deploy combatants which state-of-the-art combat systems on board for constabulary operations? It's a big question mark. I leave it just an open question. What type of vessels should be prioritized next? Submarines. So, talking about building a new capabilities or enhanced capability of defense of Poland in a maritime domain, we should focus on a capability which provide us assets which can be used in a time of necessity to defend our country. So not only during peacetime and crisis operations, but also in high-end scenarios, real wartime operations. So in a peacetime situation, crisis situation, it will allow us to deter potential adversaries or opponents. That's obvious. So we should firstly, which I believe, procure and create stable orbit or the structure and composition of our fleet, which will be effective, which can swiftly and decisively reach our goals and tasks. And I think that submarines will be a good choice. And we've got such plans to procure the state-of-the-art conventional submarines in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for this confirmation that submarines may be next. My question is stemming from the fact that today, and I hope that we will also discuss this issue during the panel today in The Guardian. Tori Shepherd wrote an article, posted an article about Australia, actually, stating that technologies are influencing the development of submarines so much, modern technologies, that by the time, I'm quoting, by the time they hit the water in the 2040s, due to new technologies, making underwater vessels visible and quite obsolete. He's using the word obsolete. So this journalist is arguing that modern technologies are developing so fast, and the procurement process of any vessel actually is so long-term. It's so long-term process that when they hit water, they are already obsolete. We can discuss it later, of course, during the panel, but I guess that's very interesting question for Poland. As I mentioned, we don't have so much resources to devote to all branches. So picking up the proper one, I think it's crucial for our military modernization. But now I have a question to Captain David Goldsmith. Captain, within the frameworks of the last integrated review, the UK has established the vision of Global Britain, more present and more active in a military dimension. What will be the role of Royal Navy in this vision? What influence it will have on Royal Navy development, and how the UK plan to cooperate with other allies, including, for example, Poland, in implementing it?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'd actually argue that for the past few hundred years, the Royal Navy has actually represented global Britain. And so one could say the IR is business as usual for the Royal Navy. I mean, I've been quite recently had personal experience of serving in a helicopter carrier, HMS Ocean, in 2 major exercises in the Baltic on successive years. And this year we had HMS Albion, the Fleet Auxiliary Mountains Bay, and supported by HMS Lancaster, taking part in this year's BOLTOPS NATO exercise with 18 other nations. Further afield, Queen Elizabeth and the Carrier Strike Group is on deployment in the Pacific, working again very closely with our allies, showing the real benefits of operating common systems. The F-35, which is operated by the United Kingdom and the US Marine Corps, flying off of the same deck. So the IR has really only re-emphasized the importance of the maritime and the critical importance of alliances and partnerships, and talks to a return of great power competition, but whether that's in distant oceans or much nearer the home in the Atlantic and Northern Hemisphere, the Royal Navy is going to be clearly a key central element of that for the UK. The integrated review has also cemented a renaissance in British shipbuilding. We've got 7 classes of ships and submarines under construction at the moment. It also formalised the role of the Royal Marines, which some don't actually realise is a part of the naval service, under the Future Commando Force structure. And that will see 2 literal response groups, one working notionally called South in further oceans, but the other one is the Northern group working in and around the North Atlantic and the Baltic. So taking a look even further into the future, the IR envisaged the need to operate in a increasingly complex and changeable environment. And so this is suggesting, which talks to your point that you just made, that there could be real utility in developing modular capabilities that can easily and rapidly be moved around from one ship to another. Now that could be to meet changes in an operational tactical scenario. It could be to keep pace with technology, as you were just saying, to enable systems to be rapidly upgraded and put into platforms so that they're not obsolete when they hit the water. And if we do this right, and we do it by agreeing standards through organizations such as NATO, it means that we can actually then potentially share those capabilities with partners. So interchangeability becomes interoperability on the next level. Much closer to here and now, we've got aspects of that modularity going into our Type 31 frigate, which is based on the credible and affordable Arrowhead 140 design, which I think there's just been a presentation about. And that will start to begin to include that increased modular flexibility. Clearly, if that's chosen for the Miecznik program, that will only enhance the level of close cooperation that could be achievable between UK and Poland, with such things as an AH-140 user group, potentially. Notwithstanding that, the recent talks that have happened between the RN and Polish Navy have just re-emphasized that desire to want to work closer together. Our world-class sea training organization, FOST, is actually welcoming a Polish frigate, I believe, in February to conduct training with the Royal Navy off the west coast, in southwest of England. And we're also looking at ways that potentially we can increase our ship and air integration. So that's how we operate helicopters off the back of our frigates and destroyers. We're looking to share those experiences with Poland too. So for me, the IR doesn't necessarily does not signify a seismic change. Rather, it takes forward what the RN has always been doing and reinforces the importance of working with our allies and friends around the world, Poland being a prime example.
Thank you for this confirmation that UK is not resigning from being a maritime power. It's very important, by the way, it's very important for Poland, as UK is one of the backbone of the alliance, one of the most important ally with the great power projection capability, which we do appreciate here in Poland, and definitely feel safer with a strong UK. My last but not least question goes to Commodore Claudia de Cesar, and it will be more about European Union maybe, but let me first ask the question about your Navy. Present Italian maritime forces can be considered as one of the most capable navies in the world, executing tasks in blue and green waters. Can you tell us what is behind this posture? How can Italian Navy be capable of the broad spectrum of missions, and perhaps more importantly, what can be lessons learned for Polish Navy, which might be also forced to perform tasks not only in the Baltic Sea?
Well, thanks for the question, and thanks for having me, Italian Navy. Well, I must say, first of all, that, well, Italy is very much into the international community. Italy is a high contributor for the UN, for the NATO, of course, European Union, also member of G7. And being like this, of course, Italy has, let's say, an international view of national interest. Of course, you also might know that Italian economy is a transformation economy. That means that a relevant part of all import goods come from the sea. And a lot of goods are going to supply both our energetical industrial base and also well, in industrial and economics in general. So we need to protect all those lines of communication, bringing us all those goods. And of course, we transform all these goods into finished products that we are lucky to sell everywhere in the world. So of course, lines of communication for Italy are a priority to be safeguarded. And well, that's why our playground is called, well, it is the Mediterranean, but our interests are wider than that. And that's why we have introduced the concept, the geopolitical concept of wider Mediterranean, which is an area that enlarges the common border of Mediterranean and spans from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Oceans. And of course, in order to cover all this area, we need an effective and deterrent maritime expeditionary capabilities. And that's why we have a big fleet that is going to cover all this area and protect national interests. And well, recalling the title of the panel, we must say that, of course, having a navy in, well, nowadays is not a luxury, it's not at all a luxury, it's instead an absolute need and priority for our country, but I would say for all countries. And well, looking at all I said, Italy is going under a process of deep renovation of the fleet, which is quite already large, I might say, for a regional power like Italy. And well, I'm going to read some of those. We are going to build the last two frame, which is, you all know, a very successful program. And we are going in the first of the new class of offshore patrol, offshore patrol is going to enter active service, I would say in a few weeks. The contract for the first two near future submarines has been signed. Studies and fund for a new air defense primary ship, destroyers are underway. And also amphibious capabilities are going to be renewed by 3 new landing platform dock. And I have to underline this. We are lucky because our military compartment is self-sustained and well established in Italy. We have shipbuilding, we have high technology industry. Of course, I'm referring to Fincantieri and Leonardo, with whom we have an intense exchanging dialogue. The Navy gives guidance and follow guidance. We go together through the development of the new projects. We tackle problems together, and we are always heading to the right directions, which is the directions that Navy wants. And this is a good way of working that gave us the possibility to have a really new and modern, let's say, well-known fleet. Well, of course, all this exchange program that we have with the industries reflects in the products that our industrial base can share with other countries. And well, this is a good opportunity for all countries that would benefit from these products. As for the lesson learned for Polish Navy, well, I'm not here to give any lectures to the Polish Navy, but I would say navies are strategic enablers of any theater. Of course, it can be also for the Baltic Sea. Navies are worth important big investments which can repay themselves because of all suppliers and sub-suppliers. They can benefit from the building of a new ship. And also, as a lesson learned, well, we are in this shape with our Navy, with a modern fleet. And it is because of what I mentioned, the big exchange we had with Leonardo and Fincantieri. So having an industrial base in-house is a real good capability you can have.
Thank you very much for your answer, and for all panelists for assuring the audience that having a Navy is not a conservative idea, but a real necessity, especially if we look at the North Atlantic Alliance, which is now facing many challenges. And my first question to all panelists and to whoever would like to pick it up about what I have already mentioned about modern or disruptive, let's call them technologies. We all know that the biggest threat for navies is the fast pace of development of anti-vessel weaponry. So how are NATO countries dealing with this threat? Our technological base is quite well developed, as it was mentioned, but so it's China, a technological base. And in the face of this, what we now call global competition, I think that's the we have growing concerns if we can compete in the longer term with outside powers effectively. So whoever wants to pick up this question, I would be happy to give floor. Yes, thank you.
If I may, talking about surface combatant vessels, you mentioned frigates. Surface warships will not, and submarines will not operate alone, independently. They will play, as I mentioned during my first presentation, our naval part in a system of armed forces and the defense of the country. So, talking about activity at sea, we should talk as well about air superiority over maritime domain. And without that, even if we don't have 100% air superiority, we will look for or try to get the local superiority, which allow us to fulfill tasks maybe in a smaller scale, tactical operation, but it's still something which we have to do together with other services. So it's obvious that there is no like alone frigates in the middle of the Baltic or Mediterranean, and just all bubbles, A2AD bubbles, just pointed out to this vessel. It's not like that. Completely opposite. We will be plug and play with our system of systems, because new modern vessels is a kind of system of systems. To this net, let's say, with a state-of-the-art fifth generation aircrafts, as a F-35 we mentioned yesterday, and with Patriots missiles, with NASAMS, with ATACMS and HIMARS in the land forces. So it's just a lot of players, a lot of sensors, effectors. So there is no. It shouldn't. Our discussion shouldn't point it out that we spent substantial amount of money to construct and build surface vessels or submarines, and it's a luxury as we started our subject. It's not luxury; it's necessity to have capable and capable fleet which can allow us to fulfill all national tasks. National tasks. Just to underline, it's not only Navy tasks. And I fully agree with my colleagues when they pointed out about the air defense we mentioned. We mentioned critical infrastructure, and in case of Poland, I think in Italy, in Great Britain, is exactly the same. Constant flow of strategic goods to our countries. And infrastructure we've got on the seabed, infrastructure we built in our sea harbors, Baltic pipelines, for instance, in case of Poland, and windmills in the far from our coastline, in our exclusive economic zone. It's 11% of our country, so we have to protect them and deter any opponents if anybody will emerge. Thank you.
Let me add what my friend just mentioned. So looking at the Navy, we have to have some holistic approach. I mean that Navy consists not only about ships, but also there are aircraft, there are some coastal units, and all this should be as a system. I mean, Navy should be net-centric and also able to conduct all tasks with all domains. So this is most important.
Yeah, just to echo what the Admiral was saying, the United Kingdom is stepping up a rather large program called multi-domain integration, which is exactly doing that. But as I was saying before, though, I think there could be a change coming, probably not within the next 5 to 10 years, but beyond that period, where we may see ships looking somewhat different in terms of they are simpler platforms, but the technology goes into a box that can be lifted on and taken off. This is quite a long way down the line, and our second Sea Lord laid this out at the Defence and Security show in London recently, where we moved to a modular Navy and put things that he labels pods, persistent onboard deployed systems. So we can try and alleviate that risk of putting a very expensive ship into the water when technology has advanced that sort of negates its cutting edge, by keeping the cutting edge in the boxes that we can then rapidly renovate, improve upon, and then fit into the ships.
Thank you. One else? So my next question will be about this holistic approach you mentioned. We not only need to integrate our branches, yes, Air Force, and cooperate with other branches of military forces, but we also need to cooperate as an alliance with other navies of the alliance. So do you find at this stage, yes, considering this global competition, we have strong adversaries, we have Russia, we have China. Do you find this cooperation satisfactory? I mean, within the alliance, what can we do more in terms of improving our industrial base? And we all know how it's difficult actually to make all these common procurement programs alive, and how much time it takes to make an idea of this cooperation on a specific program. So what's your assessment, and how we can improve it?
So all navies has many plans and bilateral, multilateral platforms to do it. So it's nothing new for us. We operate in open seas surrounding European continent. So both within NATO or European Union, according to the plans of bilateral, multilateral programs, as I mentioned. Of course, there is always room to improvement. We don't want to say that we know everything and we are ready. 200%. We don't need to change any tactics or procedures. That's why, for instance, I can say for the Polish Navy, we from time to time deploy our frigates to FOST just to check the quality of our training, just to compare Polish Navy training with the British Royal Navy training. It's very valuable for us because sometimes it's a completely different approach. Perspective is different. I think we will do that in the future as well, because we practice as many European navies to deploy our frigates, our crews there, before we deploy our frigates to standing NATO maritime group, both in northern part of Europe and the southern part of Europe, when we deploy our frigates in the groups. We are quite capable in terms of mine warfare. Currently, we command standing NATO maritime countermeasure group 1, which is unusual on the German Navy command ship, although it's a challenge for us, but why not? It's change the platforms, change the crew, so maybe there will be a new observation, a new insight for the future. So I think that from my perspective, we try to choose, and each navy in neighboring countries in Europe try to very precisely plan specific exercises which are devoted to distinct kind of warfare. And we also would like to participate actively in such exercises. For instance, joint warfare course, or cold response, or Olive Noir, which French Navy, and with standing naval forces entering Baltic Sea as well. So there are many places, exercises, or opportunities which we deploy our combatants, our warships, or our officers, where they play a role as a staff in different locations in Europe. Thank you.
Yeah, Admiral, I just want to back up exactly what you said there in terms of the exercises that we do together. But I'd also like to point out that the UK does learn a lot about getting Poland to come and train at FOST as well. We learn just as much from countries coming to work with us as hopefully you get coming to FOST as well. It's very much a two-way benefit for us. I think the other thing is while some programs can get absolutely huge in terms of F-35 with more and more countries getting involved in it and complex in that sense, there's still the flip side to that, that if you're operating the same equipment, that can help fantastically. Just in terms of that training scenario that we talked about, if foster training on Royal Navy ships that are very, very similar to Polish ships, it makes things so much easier. And there are learning points and benefits that run throughout the life of the ship, not just the upfront purchase costs, about having those things that are common. So there is risk in it, but there is also huge benefit from having that commonality.
Anyone else on cooperation? How do you assess it? And of course, I'm asking about both EU and NATO.
Yes, well, from the Italian Navy perspective, I would say there is always room for improvement. And it can come also from interoperability that we have to improve in building new ships together, which are programs that are already in place, like the program we exchanged with the French for the Horizon, the FREM we exchanged also with the French. The European Patrol Corvette is an ambitious program within the Europe. So having get to know each other and the way of work we have, having similar ships, that could improve how we can react all those, to all those threats. So this is something we are heading to. This is what I can say.
And let me be back to technologies, because in every other branch, as we discuss, armed forces transfer of technologies, buying some kind of technologies is always an issue, because many countries which are most developed, they don't exactly want to share what they have best, and I guess that the same refers to Navy. So do you think that this cooperation, especially within EU, which is declaring actually that common development of programs will make EU stronger and allow her to play a global role, do you think that there is much room for improvement in this in the case of technologies? And especially I'm asking our UK representative, as you are probably the most developed within NATO and of course apart US.
Well, I'd argue that Italy has some very capable companies and technologies and industries as well, as do Poland, which we heard about yesterday. The concept of nations not wanting to share, well, I think the UK sees very much that if it goes, the secret, if you like, is to minimize wherever possible that occurs. And as much as we can, we would like to help other nations develop their own industries with the UK. I mean, by all means, you know, we may take a first step, a first lead in a program and potentially de-risk it in a way. But then if another nation is able to use that experience to build in their own country, then that surely is a benefit. So we see that as being a very positive way of sharing that technology and letting countries build it. And as I say, if we can assist in doing that by taking some of the risk first, then because that our time frame may require that, then that is only a good thing, surely.
What I would say is the sharing of technology. I mean, this is becoming extremely important in the world today. And the most prevalent example is this AUKUS agreement between Australia, America, and the UK, in which this will make Australia only the 7th country in the world operating nuclear-powered submarines. But of course, this was driven by an incessant Chinese belligerence and basically China doing everything possible to try and damage relations and the economic status of Australia. Another example would be the United States Navy has spent a tremendous sum of money on the aircraft electromagnetic aircraft launching system, which there's been discussion about sharing that with perhaps India in the future. So these are the kinds of things, these technologies make a huge difference, and they cost immense sums of money. I mean, the EMALS system, it's not like the F-35 that's been spread out among a whole bunch of different countries. It's all been done by the US Navy. And it's a culmination of decades and decades of experience of launching aircraft with catapults. So that's the sort of thing that we'll see more of in the future, and we need to see more of it because our adversaries, particularly the Chinese, are building too many ships too fast.
Okay, so if we've already mentioned Australia, India, so my next question will be about cooperation with outside partners. We are approaching to adopt a new strategic document in NATO, new strategic concept, and I guess this discussion is already very vivid about if NATO and to what extent NATO should cooperate with outside partners, because we can no longer can afford to go alone, especially when we consider competition with China. So my question will be, do you think that this cooperation with outside partners is sufficient to date? We know that several allies have quite developed cooperation with India, for example, with common maneuvers and common drills. But maybe regarding NATO, we should do more with partners, with global allies.
Well, we need to expand the Enhanced Opportunity Partner Program that NATO has already with several nations. There should be more of those. And there should be more joint exercising and more joint training because, I mean, not to be too graphic about it, but anything you try in combat that you haven't trained, you're going to have your ass handed to you, as a particularly profane gunnery sergeant told me once. But we need a lot more of that. A lot more of that and a lot more partners.
We do a lot already, as you may well know. The BALTOPS includes, the BALTOPS exercise I was mentioning earlier includes Finland and Sweden quite regularly, and I can remember having Swedish Marines on board the ship that I was working on. We're just in a discussion up in another round table where the correspondent for The Economist was suggesting that we may be moving into an era where there are a lot more discrete little partnerships that happen, bilats, multilats that happen around the edges, as well as NATO again reaching out to other nations. But this isn't necessarily new. We've been doing this, and having worked in a NATO headquarters, which included Australia getting involved in certain aspects of the things we were doing as well. It's not new business, and it should just continue. And the more that we can encourage that to continue, the better.
So I fully agree. We also assess the current situation and we think about future deployment, future activity of the Polish Navy out of the area we operate usually. So there are many other possibilities to deploy our forces in task force in Arabic Sea, for instance, on the Persian Gulf, where the strategic goods come to Poland as well. But of course, it's a matter of assets we possess. If your assets is very limited and personnel is overstretched, it's almost impossible to cover all activities, NATO, EU, bilateral, multilateral, and extra areas, because it's purely impossible. So it depends on the size of the fleet and the availability of personnel, well-trained personnel, because you can't deploy in such distant areas not well-trained crew. It's too risky. Thank you.
Yes, but following this subject of global cooperation, with any military drills with global allies like Australia, like India, there are, of course, imminent risk that China would feel threatened by such exercises. So what kind of strategic communication we need to mitigate this risk and to mitigate the possible situation that it will be perceived as kind of a hostile action against this country, China, Russia?
Well, one thing is that more nations participating in the South China Sea freedom of navigation exercises, more than just the US or Japan, but the more nations that participate in that show the Chinese that, well, if you're going to go to war with one of us, you're going to go to war with all of us. That'd be an important step right there.
I see your argument is that the more we have, it is less perceived as a risk, or it's more perceived as a risk.
The more of us involved, the less risk there is, because it raises the bar.
Okay, anyone would like to comment on this outside cooperation? Because I have a next question, which will be a bit different from the previous one. We are still in a state of pandemic, and obviously pandemic influenced all branches, yes, of military forces in several ways, yes. In terms of financial resources, which are more scarce, as many funds were streamlined in a completely different direction. But also thinking about Navy, do you think that Navy, which is very specific kind of force, I guess was influenced most? Would you agree with that? And what should be, in your opinion, the future planning for the next possible pandemic? We all read this articles about how all vessels were like closed, yes, because the crew was infected and it blocked a lot of military activity. So what are lessons learned after COVID for naval forces? Would you share with us this very difficult experience?
Yeah, of course, that pandemic influenced our activities. It's obvious, but on the other hand, there is no excuse for us. We have to work, we have to serve, and of course, there is one solution: vaccination. And we are fully vaccinated, and we can conduct our tasks. There's no problem with that.
Yes, but I guess that it's not only COVID which may influence the activity of military forces. We are almost over, hopefully, with COVID, with vaccinations, but we may face next pandemic with other type of virus. So what are lessons learned for Navy while dealing with such kind of issue?
You know, we just follow the procedures and the experience of our doctors, medics, the advice. So, as Admiral Jaworski mentioned, as more vaccinated, it means more vaccinated sailors, it means more security, although it's not cover you 100%, of course, as we can see in the media. But of course, distance, wearing masks, and quarantine before deployment, just to protect our families, our personnel, ships companies going at sea, because it's the only way. And of course, doctors on board who can provide you assistance and react swiftly in a moment of necessity.
I think the main lesson that we learned was that we can carry on operating. That you know, society was starting to close down really, but by taking the steps Jaworski was mentioning of quarantining our crews before an important deployment, things like that, vaccinating the whole crew, we were able to actually carry on all the commitments as far as the Royal Navy was concerned that we had. So it told us that yes, it was more difficult. It was slightly more difficult. We asked our people to do a lot more. They were away from their families a lot more than usual, but we were able to do it. We had the flexibility to be able to carry on operating, and that underlines, coming back to the original question, our navy's a luxury or a necessity. Well, actually, they're a necessity because they can do things exactly like that.
I might add, well, I think from a huge problem like the pandemic was, we can all take some lesson learned, or we can take some opportunities to learn and to develop. Like Italy is now undergoing some studies about building an hospital ship that could help us, I hope not, but in the next pandemic or in the next tragedy we're going to face. And well, it was, of course, it affected very much people, but also the armed forces, the Navy. For example, when we go out at sea, now we have to be in a bubble zone for 15 days. So more periods at sea, more periods away from the families. And it's challenging, but we are professionals in this way. We're facing the problems, hopefully finding some solutions.
Thank you. Looks like we dealt very well. Navy's dealt very well with the pandemic. I think it's a time for questions from the audience. Unfortunately, I was informed that there is no microphone which can be provided to you. So if you have questions, please introduce yourself and ask the question loudly, because we don't have a microphone. Anyone? Yes, please, sir.
Members of the Navy, what is your opinion about the future of unmanned, unmanned, remotely controlled naval systems? The role in the operation and the future, and what maybe about the percentage of force, about the composition of force in Italian and British Navy? Thank you very much.
Janusz Moniszkiewicz, Euro-Atlantic Association. The Polish Navy acquired a very efficient missile systems with the range covering great part of Baltic. But missile systems without information is like a blind boxer. So my question is how Polish Navy is going to secure permanent and reliable flow of information which would allow to operate this system permanently and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. Filip Walczak, NATO Youth Delegate of Poland. We are currently in the middle of the transatlantic debate on security issues arising in the Arctic. It is widely agreed on that because of the Arctic threats resulting mostly from wider accessibility of underwater resources and maritime trade routes. These are mostly maritime issues. I know that all three states represented here today are not strictly Arctic states, but we are all stakeholders in the Arctic as maritime states. Both Poland, Italy, and the United Kingdom are observers in the Arctic Council. So my question to all representatives of all three navies is, how do you perceive the role of your national navies in Arctic security in the future? Thank you very much.
Actually, I want to answer the question regarding naval missile unit, if you okay. So,
Pick the question you would like to answer.
okay, so regarding naval missile unit, because I'm responsible for that, providing information, providing reconnaissance system. Actually, this forum does not allow me to say about some details, but we have the whole system for that. I mean the reconnaissance system and some targeting process, and also we use all available means to do that, together with unmanned vehicles.
Anyone else picking?
I can only respond
answer, yes.
to the third question.
Okay, please.
But And I can only respond generically, but when you're talking about the Arctic, you're talking about an area which is officially international waters, and the United States Navy has always operated, sailed in international waters, regardless of what claims other nations might make. It's very similar to the South China Sea dilemma in that respect.
Maybe just something to add to answer of Admiral Jaworski. So, of course, we'll take all information we possess from any sensors, not only from the naval part, but also from Air Force as well. And the new frigates we would like to procure will also constitute an excellent platform of building a recognized maritime picture in all areas of not only Baltic Sea, but also outside. So each platform where we install these modern missiles, I mean NSM missiles or RBS-15 Mark III, will use this information certainly, because that's the way we just fulfill our task. And talking about Arctic, as yesterday was discussed during one of the panels, I think that Russian Federation treat this Northern Passage in the up north as a inner ways of Russia, as Jomini mentioned in his book. So what's interesting, what's curious me much, that Polar Club don't want to discuss or even touch the militarization of up north. So that's the big question mark, how to resolve this issue of militarization of the Arctic without create the platform to discuss it, to resolve the problem. Thank you.
As for unmanned systems, well, we all know technologies are running very fast, and of course there are huge studies and systems already operating about unmanned aerial systems and underwater systems as well. We are developing a lot of them. So there is no doubt the unmanned world will be our future, will be certainly part of our operating manners. I don't really see in the near future an unmanned ship. I hope I can still have a job in the near future. But of course, technologies are running in that direction, and there are studies on that as well.
Okay, so in terms of unmanned systems, the Royal Navy has set a headmark in 2050 for essentially all platforms to start from a basis of being uncrewed as a starting basis for all new platforms. Clearly, we will have existing platforms. Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales will be in service for a long time, and they've got a lot of people on them. But new systems from 2050 onwards would be, as a starting basis, uncrewed. There may be some need to have some people on some ships at some times, but that is where we're starting from. And you can see the lead-in from that already with our mine countermeasures capability, which is an unmanned system, an uncrewed system, which fits inside ISO containers. Again, this modular capability comes through, which we can move around. So our mine countermeasures ships are no longer 60-meter long GRP hulls at all. They are 9 boxes, 9 ISO containers that can be shipped around the world relatively easily. So absolutely, definitely. Surface, subsurface, and aerial, the Navy sees uncrewed as the way forward. As far as the Arctic, that's going to be fascinating. The UK and US have operated nuclear submarines up in the high north for decades now. So we have capabilities to cover that part of the globe. We don't have icebreakers in numbers at all, really. But yeah, it'd be a fascinating place to see how that area develops. But one of the key outputs for the Royal Navy is that looking at the operational advantage in the North Atlantic, OANA, it's focused in the North Atlantic. So it is an area that we will continue to track and follow very closely.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answers. Thanks. I would like to thank the audience for the questions. As we have less than 2 minutes to finish this panel, so I would like to express my great thanks to all panelists for your very informative interventions and excellent answers to questions. I guess that we proved that Navy is a necessity. So I guess the discussion in the future, maybe next year here in the Warsaw Security Summit, will be more technology-based, I guess, as it was also proved that technologies are the biggest challenger for all types of forces, including Navy. So probably we'll be focusing more on how to deal with that. Okay, so once again, thank you very much, and see you next year, I hope. Thank you.
A great thanks to our excellent panelists, a great thanks to the moderator, Ms. Beata Górka-Winter, who's a great friend of the Warsaw Security Forum and a professor at the Warsaw University. Ladies and gentlemen, the Warsaw Security Forum Defense and the Resilience track is continuing with extremely interesting and important discussions in the field of defense, of security for Poland, for Central Eastern Europe, for the broader European family, and in terms of global issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd want to also underline we're viewed globally. We have participants from all around the world who are joining us online, and we just want to underline we're very happy to have you with us today. We will be slowly moving to our next panel, which will address an extremely important subject in contemporary times. We'll be looking at the aspects of cyberspace, of digitalization in government, and this panel will have a name, the Digital Europe, Digital Poland, Moving Public Services into Cyberspace. Now, this very important discussion will be chaired by Mrs. Wanda Buk, who is the Vice President of the PGE Group, and will also include a number of distinguished and very, very experienced speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I will invite you to the next panel. Wanda, please join us.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wanda Buk. I have an honor to moderate this panel discussion about moving public services to cyberspace among our distinguished guests, which is Anett Juma, Marcin Krasuski, Robert Kośla. We are still waiting for Justyna Orłowska and Colonel Chmielewski. Okay. I would like to start the discussion with some kind of general remarks. So after this very specific year and a half of pandemic, what are your three main experiences, observations with moving public services into cyberspace? What have we learned from the pandemic about creating and moving public services to Good morning, Mr. Colonel. We are happy you've joined us. What have we learned about about creating and moving public services into cyberspace? What do we know today that we didn't know in January 2020? So, Annette?
Also, thanks for having me here today. And from the Estonian side, I would say, well, that was clear for us already for a very long time that digitalization is the new reality. But I would say that for the rest of the world, I mean, COVID time showed us that we really have to move everything online. And this was like a wake-up call, I would say, from all the aspects. And more services obviously moved online with countries that had never had this experience before, or that was somewhere like lagging behind in a way. And speaking of Estonian example here, did we have anything moving online after the crisis, or were there any additional services or so on? So there was, obviously. We implemented a couple of things as before the crisis. There was 3 things that we couldn't do online, which was marriage, divorce, and real estate. Right now, of course, also we can buy our real estate online thanks to COVID, I would say. And yes, I said thanks to COVID. But of course, when it think about real estate transactions, this is also something that really needs a high level of security. And obviously we needed to implement and again, spend a larger budget on that aspect too. But of course also when we think about what I also said here, that like just the amount of people that were starting to use online services increased rapidly. Even in a country where everything was functioning online for years already, we still saw even 100% of increase in using a couple of services because people were stuck at home. So obviously, again, if people are more online, we also have to spend much more of a time on raising their awareness when it comes to cyber aspects there. Because obviously, by the time of pandemic, our like hackers were not sleeping at all. So that's why they were also very active and trying to use this kind of vulnerability of people. And again, the elderly people moved online who had never done that before. Maybe younger generation students that had to study from home and so on. So everybody became much more weak in a way. So that's why we again had to like really focus on raising the awareness and so on as well. So these maybe are the lessons. Yeah.
Estonia is one of the most, well, probably the most digital society in the world, but your path toward digitalization was not without the bumps. So in 2007, Estonia experienced a huge cyber attack. And as far as I know, you implemented several measures after that. But how those measures that you have undertaken in after 2007 are still accurate nowadays? What has changed between well in 10 years? More than 10 years.
Well, if you really like face difficult times, you always have an option whether you close down completely and say that we got scared and we're not going to like do anything anymore. This is one of the options. We took the other way. So we said even more things should move online, but we just have to allocate more, again, budget to the cyber aspects as well there. So we understood kind of like, again, that was like a wake-up call for Estonia, that the threat is just next to us. And we might see these things happening much more often in the future. So that's why we need to prepare for these attacks or to avoid them in the future. So obviously we started to provide much more for professional education to people as well. And one thing that really didn't change in a way, because Estonian approach, and if you talk about 2007 attack, there is a lot of misunderstanding what happened, and everybody are like, there, even in media, there was tons of articles saying, oh, in Estonia, they lost a lot of information and there was a huge catastrophe and all this kind of like fake stuff that actually didn't happen. So there was only 2 private banks that were affected. We had some just kind of like distribution in the year and then just like some kind of concerns. But luckily, as our entire system is very much decentralized, so there is no one central database, the hackers had a very difficult time to get access to any of our information. So in a way, I would say that we understood that the system that we had already created since 2001 by using the data exchange platform, the Xroad, was actually the right way to go. Because again, if the hackers would try to attack one single platform, they would get a very, very tiny amount of information. They don't have anything to do with that, so it's not very attractive to the hackers. If there would be one huge space of cloud or whatever that you can attack, and then you could get access to tons of information, then obviously you become much more attracted to hackers too. So I would say from Estonian experience, 2007 was actually positive, so that we again realized that there is a threat. But of course also we got like a great proof that the systems we have been implementing are really working well.
Okay, I hope, Annette, that we will have a time to discuss your experience, Estonian experience, later on. But right now, I've heard that lessons learned. What kind of lessons did Google get?
Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation. So at Google, what we learned is that there is no way back from cloud, from internet, from digitization, and from online services. We basically saw that within a 1 year time frame, the e-commerce, the traffic, they all moved by 4 to 5 years. So we see a very huge consequential growth of usage of our services. And obviously, this raises a lot of challenges. As Annette said, the hackers, or as we call them, the bad actors, they do not sleep, and this is basically the race. Therefore, cybersecurity and safety online is one of the most important topics. This is one of the reasons why we announced this August a new pledge to invest $10 billion in new cybersecurity measures in the open source system. So we hope that this will make services more safe, basically, for people. And another lesson is the need or the lack of competences. We saw that public services, private businesses, they all moved online. Just imagine if lockdown had happened 10 years ago, I guess we would all be stuck with our traditional landline phones and with fax machines. Businesses would suffer, schools would not work, and the disruption would be even greater. But since the internet infrastructure and the software was already there, it kind of made easier to move different parts of the economy or public services online. But obviously, people were reluctant to use them. People did not have adequate skills to properly benefit from this. And we see this, for example, in education, where despite the fact that a lot of tools, and there are ours, there are competitors, there's huge choice and online what can be offered, people don't know how to use them. People are still reluctant, and we see huge bottlenecks in this. So in total, we see that there is no way out, there is no escape from this, and obviously this poses new challenges and new threats, but we are ready to face them, and we are looking forward in the future.
Okay, you stressed the cloud, because, well, cloud is called everywhere nowadays, and my question is, you know, from the perspective of the end user, what is the difference? Is there any difference for the end users, whether this is cloud or he's using functionalities from cloud or not?
Obviously, the cloud brings a lot of benefits. And it's not only remote access, but there is a number of different analytics or different resources that can be applied to the cloud. Combining different sets of data, bringing down the costs for end users, and improving cybersecurity. A lot of people are still reluctant and feel that, you know, maybe trusting some third company, which is maybe located outside outside of this particular country or wherever, maybe this is less safe and they still rely on on-premise services which are located somewhere in the basement. We get it, but I think that the whole discussion has moved forward. And the whole discussion between on-premise resources or solutions and these on cloud, the benefits of cloud is much bigger. Obviously, they are dangerous. We saw, for example, I think it was this summer, when one of our competitors in France, data center got burned. And basically a lot of services across the world stopped working. So even though if we move to cloud, we have to address some security challenges. But I think that I can speak for Google, but we are definitely doing this. And I guess other competitors are moving in the same direction. And as I said, there is no way back. And the benefits for end users are clear.
Okay. I believe that I'm going to go back to both of you to discuss the need for upskilling people nowadays, also in terms of cloud. But now I would like to move on to Mr. Director and to your observation after this year and a half. What has changed? What do you know now that you didn't know in January 2021 especially about creating public services in cyberspace?
Thank you very much. I think a lot of has changed, at least the perception of the services and the way how those services can be delivered. So, and I think after this 1.5 years, when we initiated our implementation of the concept, general concept approved at the national level, as I would like to remind that the Council of Ministers adopted the concept for the initiative of common IT infrastructure. It was not about just IT infrastructure, that was about the new model for processing of information and delivering the services for citizens. So in October 2019, the government adopted the concept that was actually implementing the hybrid cloud model to support, of course, modern applications. And now we know after 1.5 years that this approach was correct. Because from the beginning, from the first days of lockdown, we've been able to propose and to request public cloud services, and we, in parallel, to also establish the basic capabilities to deliver government cloud services to citizens. And of course, this is something that, from after the 1.5 years, we know right now that to make a successful, to achieve the success, we need, first of all, national policy. That's about how the initiative will be delivered. We need also national requirements for security, talking, of course, about infrastructure and end devices and requirements for the location of data, for instance. We need, of course, resilient infrastructure. It means we need to implement some models not dependent on specific location, but actually the cloud computing is the model. It's not a location, it's the model of processing data. And at the end, we need modern applications. So only by those three components, we've been able actually to address the huge demand for the services in case of lockdown when people stayed at home, when, of course, our service providers on the government side also stayed at home. So we know very well that this is the direction that we should continue. We should invest more at the policy level. We should continue our investment in the hybrid infrastructure, and we should invest more in modern applications.
Okay, so maybe that's going to be a question for both of you gentlemen, because we have here also a military perspective. Because I think that we all agree that generally economy is global, but security, well, mostly it's national. And my question is, goes back to the cloud. Do you think that we should migrate our public services to the cloud, which will be provided by the commercial entity from other state? Is that a good approach? Is that safe approach? What's your perspective, gentlemen, both of you? So,
who starts? Okay. Yes, I think that depends. This is the lawyer answer. That depends. Yeah. Of course, it depends. So, of course, there is no silver bullet approach. That need to be combined. That's why I refer to hybrid infrastructure. So there is a need and there is an operational rationale to really migrate some data into the public cloud, and there is also operational need and also security need to leave some data in the government and operate some data in government cloud. So, and this model we reflected in our both in the initiative of common IT infrastructure adopted by the Council of Ministers, plus we supplemented this by the cybersecurity requirements for cloud computing, where we address these two models. So, what kind of data can be transferred to public cloud, and we defined 4 levels of SCCO. It means cybersecurity requirements. 4 levels, starting from the basic one, open data. Of course, we can locate this data anywhere. Plus, we have legally protected information. Then we require compliant data centers, compliant with the regulations like, for instance, GDPR. And the 3rd level, it's about national sensitive resources like national registries that should be located in government cloud. And the 4th level, it's about classified data, but I think Colonel Chmielewski can refer to this area as well.
I knew it, that I will be getting the hard one. First of all, thank you for introducing me, and of course, thank you for seeing National Cybersecurity Center as a hub for introducing new technologies. In military, we have a very strict role for, first of all, introducing new systems, and of course, securing them. We have to do it by ourselves. We have our SAI organization, which introduces and make us, first of all, to develop our own systems, to the accreditation process for us, etc., etc. Thus, at this moment, and I have to state it here, we have no approval to introduce our services for confidential systems or any classified systems and move them into the cloud. Even if the system is providing or processing non-confidential data, we have to stick with our own private cloud solutions and our own data centers. Thus, we know for sure that in NATO, there are registered, proven deployment of cloud-based systems and services, but we are observing those technologies and we perceive them as a way ahead for us to, first of all, think about cloud services. In some parts of Polish armed forces, we introduced several services hosted by outside or commercial vendors, but they are not used by strictly military personnel. So we can move some parts of the systems into the cloud, but they, I'm speaking about Wojska Obrony Terytorialnej and some parts of the personnel gathered around them for just accessing those services from their own private equipment. Thus, our perception into the cloud-based environments and the security gathered and developed by the vendors who are providing the cybersecurity monitoring inside the cloud.
Okay, so to sum up those two approaches, like civilian one is generally you are okay with cloud, but, and from military perspective is generally no, but. Okay, so we will see how that's going to work in the future. But I would like, Mr. Colonel, to have you the chance to answer the initial question, the initial question about your perspective, your experience from this well, very difficult time all of us went through.
Yeah, actually, it was a very difficult time because in 1 year we had to modernize a large parts of our networks. We've done this efficiently. First of all, we've invested.
You mean the infrastructure?
Infrastructure. Mm-hmm. You have to, first of all, so from the point of view, so from technology development and technology delivery point of view, we had to be able to deliver VTC services, all the services who can organize remote communication inside the network. So for our internal systems, we had to modernize large scale of our technologies, and we had to do it in very strict time regime. So we had 6 months of time to develop our own very efficient way of communicating. So this is the first.
It was doable.
So the process was it had to be very efficient. First of all, it was very costly, of course, but the costs came not only from the technologies we've developed, but from the brain power and the people who have been involved in the process. So this is the first part. And the second part, and I have to state it here, because I'm from IT department, let's say, so this was my point of view. And the second point of view is the cybersecurity point of view. We had to secure the whole systems. So a lot of brain power and a lot of manpower had to be introduced into developing our own way of monitoring the systems and securing the communication inside the Ministry of Defense and our Polish armed forces. A lot of effort had been developed in software and, of course, in hardware. We've done this since 2019, I can say. So this is this was the year when we started to think about systematic point of view, how to organize, how to secure, how to involve our users in terms of their knowledge, their thinking about security, and about discouraging any interaction with their private and their professional domain. Because this is our point of view. You have to separate those two domains from each other to securely communicate inside the professional network.
Okay, Annette, if I may ask you to elaborate a little bit more about your data embassy. You already mentioned that, but this is kind of infrastructure that you decided to create. You decided to build, also to provide. To provide the necessary infrastructure for creating public services also.
Yeah, well, it's always good to take risky decisions, right? But of course, also it's even better if you have a backup plan. And our Data Embassy initiative is actually totally our backup plan. So thinking about where Estonia geographically is situated, who are our neighbors and the 2007 attack and what's happening in the world. Not only one of our neighbors, but there is maybe somebody else as well who have been to this in attacking us in one point. So we were thinking in a way that what will happen if this kind of very large attacks will happen. Are we going to lose everything that we have built in the last 30 years of our independence, as we do not have information on paper basis anymore, but everything is fully stored online? And then we were just feeling that we need a backup plan. And the Data Embassy became our backup plan. And if there are anybody here in the room who doesn't know what Data Embassy is, then pretty much we have backed up the most important institutions, in a way, their information, data sets to another country. And this other country is Luxembourg, where we have our servers. In one room, I'm not going to give you the location, sadly, here. But all the, it is basically like the physical embassy, but just has server rooms and there is nobody actually there. But all the Vienna Convention regulations and laws will apply. So that means if anybody else, somebody from Poland wants to enter the room, or if there is a fire in the building, then they can't access this because this belongs to Estonia, the land itself. So this is an embassy. But like many of you might think, okay, why Estonia chose Luxembourg?
Yes, that was my question actually.
As a first location, is there anybody who can think why Luxembourg was different than any other country? Why Estonia was like, okay, let's build it there?
It's cheaper.
Luxembourg cheaper? Well, I can't agree here.
Money is there.
Taxes is not much to do with that either, actually. There's much more political reasons and security too. Is there anybody here in the room who knows a country that has bad relations with Luxembourg?
This is neutral countries.
Well, I mean, think about Luxembourg itself. Like, it's just like politically one of the most independent countries in the world. Let's be honest. I do not know anybody who would want to attack Luxembourg, honestly, and hopefully there will not going to be anybody either. So obviously that reason was one of them, but not only that, because we also needed a country that has an infrastructure and an experience. No wonder why the European Court, the European banks are based in Luxembourg. So obviously these three major reasons: first of all, experience, infrastructure, and then obviously also, of course, also political reasons regarding being politically independent, and obviously we have great relations with them too, so that was the reason. But I can tell you that right at the moment, Estonia is looking for another country to have a second set of a data embassy. So if anybody has suggestions about any other country that has good relations with with the rest of the world and would have the infrastructure too, then let us know.
Well, I think that's immensely interesting approach. I think that point taken from, by Polish representatives. I would like to go back to I would like to go back to the competences. And Martin, you said that there is a need of upskilling, and also I think that every one of us who is interested in this matter and who read some reports see this urge to upskill people. But I mean, when it comes to digital competences, but at the same time, well, also Google says that when you are using cloud, well, it was never easier to create your own app. You know, I can see that, you know, this kind of inconsistency here, you know, so, you know, if we have a cloud and we have, you know, a tool which is extremely easy to use, and at the same time we are urging on upskilling digital competences, where where it comes from, actually, this gap, this inconsistency.
So I don't really know if there is an inconsistency here, because I feel that everyone can, I think, agree that digital services are becoming more and more user-friendly. It's super easy right now to develop your own app, set up your own web page, do almost everything online. And I think this is undisputable. But before this, let's say, digital world was somehow populated by, let's call them geeks, but people who were really interested in computers, in maybe they were a bit awkward type of people who were avoiding social contacts and spending most of the time online in front of the screens. And for them, even though the solutions were more difficult, they somehow learned them and made use of them. But now, I think the issue is that we have to move out from these, let's say, specific kind of people, not to put a bad word on them, because they are fabulous ones, and try to reach our elderly, try to reach people who are, for example, using old systems and who are used to work in a certain ways. And I think, you know, and this is a huge thing in management theory, for example, that, you know, changing old habits is the most difficult thing when it comes to changing organizations. So I think this is how and why this challenge still persists.
Okay, but you do you think that, well, it's necessary to build, you know, basic competences, or just upskilling, you know, the competences that people already possess, that they?
I think it depends who are we talking to. Obviously, you know, the elderly need some basic competences about how to set up the email, or, for example, how to search information. And I think It applies to disinformation online, which is obviously a huge problem and a huge issue right now. And I think everyone should pay attention to how we are getting our information from internet. The same goes for students and for pupils in school. I think the critical reception information is something crucial. But then when we are talking about IT specialists or people inside companies or organizations, whether public or private, they need different set of skills and different set of information to be provided. So I think we have to basically work both ways.
Okay, that was kind of initial question to another one, because I think that almost every country in the world year ago decided or was at least interested in launching, kind of COVID apps. COVID apps which were supposed to support in the fight against COVID-19. Also, Poland was one of this country, one of these countries, and we have launched 2 apps. I don't know whether you had anyone from the audience had an opportunity to use it, but it was quarantine app and also Protego Safe app. And I think that we can honestly say right now that those apps, I mean, not only in Poland, but in the whole world, didn't meet the expectations. They were supposed to help in the fight. They were supposed to provide us a chance for normal life in the time of pandemic, increase the security. But I haven't heard about the country where actually these kind of maps pass the exam. So my question is, what happened and why did that happen? Annette, do you want to start?
I just want to take that one here, because when we think about, again, launching new applications, and that was a time where everybody were really, really scared what was happening. And there was, again, we have to move back to the dis and misinformation side as well, that in media, they were really talking about that there were actually countries who were like storing that information centralized, like centrally storing information where people were moving and calling them whenever they went out or so on. People were scared. And if Estonia would have launched a similar application where we were collecting information centrally, I wouldn't download that application either, honestly. I don't want anybody just to track and see wherever I am. But we went to the API model, again, thanks to Google. And so again, nothing was like centrally stored. It was all, again, like even like our channel system, decentralized in a way so that you couldn't really see, there wasn't any government institution who could see that this person has been affected and that system and so on. This information came again from the patient portal, and then again, there was no names there. For the first few months, actually, our application was quite successful, I would say. But then in the summer, things kind of like slowed down by the numbers, few cases per day, so nobody really needed like that they would need to have this application on the phone. But I would say this is all about just communication side, because if we would have done, and most of the EU countries had this decentralized approach too, so if we would have communicated that a little more in media, saying that nobody's collecting your personal information, it's just an application that helps you to be. So I feel that most of our problems are behind of lacking of communication.
Okay, yes, I also wanted to ask the representative of Google, because you have a really wide perspective on this. You know how it looked like in many other countries. So please share that with us.
So yes, it is true that we have very wide experiences with this. We helped with our API a lot of governments in developing these contact tracing apps, and I would say that it is a mixed bag when it comes to actual outcomes of these applications, because there are countries in Southeast Asia like Taiwan, Korea, or even China or Hong Kong, where these apps were hugely successful, popular, and they actually saved a lot of lives. And we can all obviously argue whether the communication behind these apps was sufficient. Why did we have 2 applications in Poland instead of 1? Whether the user interface, user experience was okay or not. So obviously there probably could have been a lot of improvements to this. But even the most perfect application and the best communication ever will not manage to sway people to use it if there is lack of confidence in public institutions and in government. And we see this all around the world, that adoption of the government proposed solution varies, and it's very much correlated with confidence and trust where people rely on governments. So we know the story in Poland, we know how it developed in the US, but we see completely different picture in, for example, Southeast Asia. And even the best apps will not solve that kind of issues.
Okay, so Mr. Director?
Yeah, I agree with Marcin. Of course, that the technology will not solve the problem of trust. So that's a question, and that's why we that's why we had a harmonized approach within European Union. So of course, just not to violate privacy, and just to agree to have a toolbox to agree some rules that are implemented by all member states. But of course, we see some, and we had some other references from other countries, not non-EU countries like Israel, like Singapore, or even like Taiwan, where of course this type of application was used for tracking, was used for the reporting of infected people. So this was completely different message. But Minister, you remember, of course, our expectations from home quarantine, and I think that was quite successful application because it was used by people to avoid physical contact or physical check of the presence of specific person on quarantine. So in parallel to Stop COVID application that actually people been reflected to install, not to really trust in the privacy assumptions, then I think the quarantine was quite good. What's more, and I think one of the most successful application, it's not even application, it's a wallet. That's a wallet of obywatel, citizen. And the only one, I think Poland is the only country right now in Europe. We presented this solution. Right now you have an electronic, of course, certificate for your vaccination. But within the obywatel, citizen, you have your ID, you have your insurance for the car, you have other documents, driving license, you have, of course, the patient record available there. So that was something, and we've been asked by DigiConnect, by European Commission, to present this as one of the best practices that can be used by citizens. But of course, in this model, the citizen owns the data. So citizen decide what kind of data he would like to process. I think this is the model for future.
Okay, so 2 words, of course, about the applications. Actually, it's true. Very giant leap in terms of using the applications developed by Ministry of Digitalization. But in 2019, 2020, in the first part of the year, I was in Military University of Technology there. With my colleagues, we've actually developed 2 applications for hackathons there. So few observations from that. Even if we assured that the user will be anonymized, it won't have any connections to the Google account on the smartphone, any accounts at all, no usage of single sign-on, etc., etc., to develop heat maps of moving individuals who have been tagged as COVID positive, etc. The users haven't been interested in using these kinds of apps because of the data sharing and possibility of sending out the information about your health, of exposing your personal information, of exposing of any personal information gathered from your phone of any of your locations during the elements of your well-being in terms of pandemic. So I think the problem of European nations or sharing the data inside the European Union is the awareness. The people nowadays are aware of the information, of the data who have to be shared inside the cloud, and what we can do with the data using the artificial intelligence, with the location tracking, with the geofencing, etc., etc. You can do a lot of things using the data of spatial data, of course, and most of all, biomedical data gathered from the wearable sensors.
Okay, in the meantime, Justyna Orłowska has joined us.
The wrong Hilton, sorry for that.
Okay, okay. So we give you some time, you know, to put you in the picture. But to sum up what all of you said, it's not about competences when it comes to the, well, kind of a failure of COVID apps around the world. It was more about, of course, some of them were successful. Okay, I take your point, but it was more about the trust. It was all more about, you know, well, people becoming more and more aware, which is actually good. So because we want them to be aware, so we can, they know how to protect themselves and how to find themselves in the cyberspace. But you know, my question is, so how to build this trust? Because without it, there is no, you know, there is no public services actually, because there's no willingness to use it. And I think that you said it, that Mr. Director, that when people possess their own, well, are in the possession of the data, well, it's better. They feel more comfortable. They are more willing to use digital solutions. And I think that this is exactly how it looks like in Estonia, right? Because citizens of your country have this, you know, this title to possess, to erase anything from the cyberspace, which every data about them.
Well, I fully agree with you. It always comes to the trust aspect. And since very early days, we wanted to build that trust because that wasn't existing when we think about where Estonia came from. And what we have been provided to our people, and definitely is a very strong element there, is a thing called the data tracker. So that every single citizen can track exactly what government agency has been looking for their information, what time of the day, and which part of the information. And honestly, when we think about the medical records in the COVID times, then of course we were interested if there has been any doctor just randomly checking our information. And I see that even today, there is actually plenty of requests to have done about my medical records by just the medical service provider institutions. And I know that this is because they do statistics. And I see that there is not a specific person just looking for my medical records, whether I had the last doctor visit a few weeks ago, but it's just the fact that whether I have been vaccinated or no. So they use that for statistics. But definitely providing this very large transparency is the key element. And if people feel that the power over their information is in their hands, not the other way around, they're much more willing to also use these services. And this is going to stay like that. But what concerns me is that people are much more concerned of trusting their information to the government than trusting this to private sector, I don't know, social media platforms. We're so relaxed using our Facebook and all these kind of other, not to mention Google here, and all the other platforms, we just give our information, just take it, without actually having absolutely no idea what somebody else is doing with our information. And we have also President Ilves sitting here, and he said also the sentence once that I repeat in every of my conference, that we shouldn't be scared of this kind of big brother in Estonia, but more about the small sister. And the small sister is our social media and again, all these private sector platforms that we just use so freely. So I would say let's try to be a little bit more concerned about what information we put and trust to private sector, not so much about like, at least in Estonia, that's how I feel that today.
Okay, Mr. Director,
talking about cloud, of course, and I think and the trust. So this is something that combines both components. We can read the quite recently published trusted cloud principles and agreed by vendors, and also some some requirements from the governments. And I think those 5 principles that I would like to quote here will be a good foundation really for the trusted relationship and broader use of cloud-based services. Like government should engage customers first with only narrow exceptions. So that's the first rule. The second, customers should have a right to notice about access to their data. The third, cloud providers should have a right to protect customers' interests. The fourth, government should address conflict of law, just in case of jurisdiction, and of course, as we know, discussion about Cloud Act. And the fifth, government should support cross-border data flows. Those principles, I think, are very crucial for the broader use and the trusted relationship with vendors.
Okay, and how it looks like from military perspective. I'm going back to Justyna in the meantime. Later on, sorry.
Later,
just,
okay. Military, not my side, of course.
From our perspective, the most crucial is, of course, the sharing of the data. I think that the vital informations about the military personnel should be gathered here in our systems. And we have a strict rule about even if the military personnel have been tested in the civilian hospitals. So we have been preparing specific solutions for military medical institutions who have been gathering information about the COVID tests, etc., etc. And we collected the data and we processed the data inside our systems, completely outside of the whole system, I mean the civilian system. So this is the first rule, and I think that the second rule, in terms of the data sharing, we incorporated a lot of mechanisms for communications inside the systems who consolidated and which actually the systems provided means for processing the personal data outside of the civilian domain. This is the strict approach because we have been afraid that through the sharing of the data, for just letting the people to use the officially available communicators, we will be sharing the fragile and volatile data outside of the military domain.
So, Justyna, do you think that, well, trust and also privacy, what I've heard from you, is the key to move to move public services to cyberspace?
I think for sure you are talking about it, digital skills. It's and from the perspective of education, what we are doing, we are at schools are preparing students, young people to be prepared to work. But we need to not to forget about being prepared to spend safely, cyber safely, our leisure time. It's so crucial nowadays. And for example, the statistics are like, okay, we spend around 15% of our time working, but the rest of of 100 minus period, it's almost like 85 and more plus time on leisure time. What does it mean? It means that those digital skills are so super important when we are spending our leisure time. Leisure time, so of course, plenty of social medias, games, etc., etc. So from the perspective of cybersecurity, even when we are at work, we are secured by our institution. But when we are spending time by ourselves, then only institution that is cyber secured us is you. So it's very important to teach from the very beginning also how to spend this free time, not only how to be prepared to work. So I think it's a little bit missing point in the whole agendas of also governments, and I think it's very important to not forget about it.
Okay, I think it's not the missing point, it was already underpinned during our discussion by the Google representatives. So that's the key, is the mix of trust, of the competences, and also UX, that it has to become more and more friendly. I would like to ask a final question to Colonel Chmielewski and also Mr. Director, and then I will go back to you, Justyna, and ask you to answer our initial question about and share your perspective after COVID-19. But gentlemen, nowadays, bring your own device policy is getting more and more popular. What is your perspective about it? And do you know any national security agency or any national entity which implemented this policy successfully? You don't know.
The silence is commenting the issue itself. So I stated before, in Ministry of Defense, we have a strict rule that bring your own device. It's not a solution for us. We incorporate our own technologies. We deliver the solutions based on selected hardware platforms. We incorporate our tools, security tools, inside the devices, and we do not allow our people to process the professional data. We even scratch the devices by ourselves in terms of the security issues and possible security problems after the usage of such devices. We know for sure that several vendors have been developing their own solutions for bring your own device, but we use the mechanism, the crypto mechanisms and the security mechanism in the devices for our good. So we deliver the platforms by ourselves and incorporate our mechanisms like mobile device management systems to allow the people in the personal data processing mechanisms to share the data inside the devices, inside our teleinformation systems.
So, and I have a different view, of course. Usually the governments and militaries are a few years behind of technology and a few years behind of industry in adoption of new of new solutions. And I think this is true. But of course, from the past, it was always said that let's check the technology, let's give industry to check the technology, and we will adopt proven solutions. I think with digital services, digital technologies, we do not have this comfort. So when we look at the enterprises, most of the enterprises are using bring your own device policy, but they adopt it in the correct way. So that's about governance, that's about security baselines, that's about actually monitoring. So I think government will go there and military will go there in some time. Like a few years ago, nobody thought about even cloud computing model to be adopted by government and military. That's a question, of course, we should better understand technology, adopt it correctly, and then be more productive and more secure with those devices. You ask about examples. I think one of the best examples was, I think that was President Obama who was using his own device. Yeah. And Secret Service tried to convince him just to move to protected BlackBerry solution at that time. But of course, we have some examples from some domains where the bring your own device policy can be adopted, can be used, and can be secured better than private devices used for processing professional information sometimes, because people are trying to look for shortages. And in case of shortages, of course, it's always create the cost for security.
Okay, so to finalize our discussion, I would like to give the floor to Justyna. I just want you to tell us what is your perspective when it comes to this year and a half, how these times change national approach toward public services, implementing public services in cyberspace.
So it was a very tough time for all of us around the world. So and we are not talking about if we should digitalize anything, and of course in cyber concerning all the cybersecurity stuff. but how to do that, how to do it effectively, and how to do it cyber safely. And of course, plenty of spheres, plenty of things are still to do. And but how we see, and probably you were talking about it, what Chancellor Prime Minister has done when it comes to also with Minister Book back then, when it comes to digitalize all the programs, projects concerning COVID, and how to run it, of course, safely and pretty fast, because we didn't have time to do it. Everybody was wanted us to do it as soon as possible, quarantine, etc., etc. I can repeat all those things, and also because of Minister Book, this was successful because she was responsible for also such things like telecommunication, etc. So very, very challenging times. But to sum up and not to prolong, because I can see that we have run out of time, but it is very important not to, hopefully, in the foreseeable future and very shortly, the pandemic will stop. But hopefully, this change, this leapfrog will not end. And we still think about all those digitalization, that it is important, and cybersecurity also. I hope so.
Well, I think that last year and a half, showed us that we need to balance the speed of implementing new solutions, the cost, the security, and we have to balance this with the need that we are having. So I suggest all of you, I invite all of you, our audience, to approach our distinguished guest behind the scenes to elaborate a little bit more on the issue we discussed during this panel. And thank you very much. I also invite you for subsequent panels today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to listen to top experts in their fields. Thank you for such an insightful debate. We all experienced the necessity of investing in both cybersecurity and digitalization, because it is just crucial in these days while wanting to address the current and the future challenges. And now I would like to welcome you, to invite you to the third batch of industrial presentations. So I would like to welcome on stage the representative of PZL Świdnik, Mr. Jacek Libucha, who is the president of the board at PZL Świdnik. Please welcome on stage.
Hello, everyone. In the light of the coming panel, which will be discussing the eastern flank and the challenges related to the eastern flank, I would like to shed some of the light from the lessons that we have learned over the past years, which are related to the potential utilization of the helicopter fleet, the tasks for the helicopter fleet with or against the challenges that we can see on the eastern flank and in this theater in general. So to set the context, I think that it's worth noting that there are two broad and very important lessons coming from both the, let's say, hybrid and near-peer confrontations that we have seen broadly in Europe, Eastern Europe, but also from the biggest crisis that we are still experiencing, which is the pandemic of the coronavirus. And what are those lessons, and what implications those lessons bring? First of all, the modern near-peer confrontations with effectors basically reaching any infrastructure, potentially reaching any infrastructure in the theater that, let's say, Poland is operating, and with high density of cyber and electronic warfare, which impacts both the electronic systems but also the unmanned systems, there are certain needs or requirements that this potential modern defense operation would need to meet. The first one is maneuverability. So basically the ability to contract and expand the force, so to disperse the forces and also to concentrate the forces rapidly in order to create advantage. The second one is flexibility. Flexibility meaning being not attached to the infrastructure, specifically airfields or hard concrete infrastructure. Another lesson or requirement is that we need to bring the battle to much further distances, to create a broader standoff distance, both by bringing the sensors but also the effectors quite closely and quite rapidly. Another one is that in a near-peer, no air dominance environment, the commanders on the ground, tactical and operational commanders, need to be able to close the kill chain, so-called kill chain, autonomously with the assets that they have on a tactical and operational level. And lastly, what we observe is that we are in the online war, in the live war, from the communications perspective. So any losses to personnel, to people, and also collateral damages are pretty much strategic and not only tactical. So the takeaway, if you look at all those requirements, is that rotorcraft, vertical lift, and specifically helicopters, still will play a very important role, because they do provide the maneuverability, the ability to move forces and equipment rapidly between the different operational areas. They do operate outside or with very little connection to a hardcore concrete infrastructure. They can create an extension both for the land forces, but specifically also in the sea domain. They can create, bring both the effectors and the sensors much farther than the organic assets. They are multi-domain. They enable the tactical commander to make their own decisions rapidly, because they have their own organic assets that can bring the information from the battle space. And the last but not least, they are extremely important to provide the possibility to evacuate, find, and provide medical services to the live personnel. From this second batch of lessons, so lessons from the pandemic, what we've learned is that the extended supply chains, the extended logistical chains are vulnerable. And both on the industrial side, but also on the defense side, in the army and land forces, we have observed trouble related to the extended supply chain. And the key takeaway is that this supply chain, these logistical chains need to shorten. That the domestic industrial base is extremely important and needs to be very, very close to the armed forces. The more production, logistical supply, services, maintenance hubs we have close to the armed forces, the better, the less disrupted the forces are. And also in this environment of extended or multinational supply chains, it is very important to be able to form good partnerships. So to wisely choose your partners, so when the need arrives, we don't kind of fall back in the end of the waiting line because we are not the most important, let's say, partners in those partnerships. So, looking at this, what it means for me is, for the second point, is that having an industry base like PZL-Świdnik locally is exactly falling into this requirement. So in the interest of time, I will not go into describing the offer for the Polish Armed Forces that as a Świdnik we have, but we are trying to embed ourselves into those requirements which I have just described from the, let's say, modern near-peer confrontation and battlefield, with an extended standoff, anti-surface, anti-submarine offer of AW101, AW159, but also with the strike ability, anti-tank ability, battlefield support, which we offer with the AW249 and also with the AW139W. Also the troops insertion, what I've described in a second ago, the search and rescue, the medevac, which can and is provided by the W3 fleet and also the AW139, and also the ability to put the sensors close to the enemy to give an extended range to our organic land and sea assets with the unmanned platforms. So we are embedding ourselves in this first requirement, and we are actually, this year is the 70th anniversary of PZL-Świdnik. So we've been producing helicopters for 70 years. We have produced over 7,500 of them out of Świdnik over those 7 decades. And we are rooted in the supply chain in Poland and in the close proximity of Poland. We have the knowledge, the infrastructure, we have a very proven supply chain, which is extremely Polonized. I would say it's Polish. If you take a look at the map, there is plenty of these PZL companies, which are basically from our family. And being in Leonardo helicopters in a broader family, we are able to quickly form important partnerships, which are crucial for developing of new capabilities. So in summary, we are in Poland, PZL-Świdnik, 70 years, and we are embedding ourselves in the current requirement, current lessons learned of being able to provide maneuverability, flexibility with a supply base, industrial base, which is here in Poland, close to Lublin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And now I would like to invite to stage, last but most certainly not least, the representative of Boeing, Mr. George Adam Hodges, who is the capture team leader for global sales and marketing at the vertical lift division of Boeing. Please.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. What an honor it is to be here today. Again, my name is Adam Hodges, and I represent Boeing. And well, first off, let me say it's my first Warsaw Security Forum, and what an amazing event this has been. My hat's off to the organizers and to the staff here for putting on such a fantastic show and engagement event. Now, before I worked and wore the suit for Boeing, I wore the uniform of the United States military as an officer, as an aviation branch officer and a commander and a pilot of the Apache attack helicopter. You see a picture there of me in my younger fighting days, many years ago. Retired last year from the U.S. Army, and I worked closely during my career with the armored and mechanized forces of the U.S. Army because, as a doctrine and as tactics, the U.S. Army always employs its mechanized forces and its attack helicopters together. And as we talk, the upcoming panel is going to talk about the unthinkable, planning land warfare in the eastern flank of NATO. It's impossible to talk that topic and not talk armored warfare. It's impossible to talk armored warfare, certainly as far as the U.S. Army goes, without talking attack helicopters. And it's certainly impossible to talk American attack helicopters and not talk about the Apache. So I have two charts I want to show you today. We'll talk off this one as the primary. I have a lot of pictures, some small words, but I want to visualize. Pictures are always better than words. I want to highlight why, we talk land warfare in the eastern flank of NATO, and we talk armored forces and attack helicopters. I want to talk about the Apache helicopter briefly, and I want to explain why it is the most capable and the best aircraft attack helicopter in the world without any peer. The best American helicopter of any kind. And primarily for that reason, there's 4 distinguishing capabilities that relate to this topic. And the first of which, and far and away the most distinguishing capability, is the target acquisition radar. We call that the FCR, the fire control radar. If I was representing a fighter aircraft or a ground attack aircraft, and I was to say it was the fastest, or it was the newest, or it had these capabilities or that capabilities, but it did not have a target acquisition radar, I would not even be able to present it to you. You would not even listen to it. So my question would be, well, why would that be wouldn't that be the case for an attack helicopter? The Apache is the only attack helicopter with a radar, and I'll explain in detail here in just a second why that's so important. But additionally, the Apache has 3 other capabilities that only the Apache has, and that's the ability to team with manned and unmanned aerial systems, such as the F-35 or the TB-2 or any other sort of manned fighter or unmanned drone, and they can share their video in real time. They can stream their information back and forth and greatly expand the situational awareness of not only the helicopter, but also the manned or unmanned platform. Additionally, the Apache is the only attack helicopter with integrated Link 16 network capability, and it has been resident within the Apache for more than 10 years. From the time the AH-64E Apache was built, the software for Link 16 was resident and built right into the system. It's been in combat and proven very effective. And finally, the Apache is the only attack helicopter that has not 1, but 2 advanced optical targeting systems. So as a gunner or a pilot, I can look in one direction this way, and while my pilot or my gunner can look in another direction this way. With the onboard systems, does not require night vision goggles, of the onboard FLIR systems of the Apache, making it the most lethal attack helicopter in the world. On these pictures up here, I want to highlight first to your right, in the bottom, middle, and right, you see 2 images that are stacked on top of each other. It's the same photograph. I took that picture out the windscreen of my Apache in Afghanistan in 2011. You see it was a nice, foggy, dusty day out there. The phrase, the fog of war, many of you have probably heard. Well, for those of you who've been in combat, you know that phrase is real. Combat it's chaos. It's hard to find the enemy. The enemy is actively trying to deceive you. The enemy is camouflaged. You're trying to engage them at the maximum possible range of your weapon system to ensure your survivability. And the human mind struggles with the chaos of the radio chatter and the combat in front of you to find targets. The enemy's hard to find, but not with the radar. The radar sees through all of that chaos and is able to detect and identify targets while allowing the Apache to keep its exposure minimized from enemy fire. So you see in that image, you see some red and blue icons that represent enemy and friendly forces. And then the picture below, there's no icons. And the picture with icons is what the situational awareness that an Apache crew sees, because they can identify targets with their radar. They can identify friendly and foe with the Link 16 and the manned-unmanned team data correlation, and they can distinguish the targets with the advanced optical sights. So I ask you, if you were a member of an air crew, which aircraft would you like to be in? Or if you were a ground fighting force, which aircraft would you prefer to have supporting you? Additionally, in the bottom left, you see a picture of the M1 Abrams and the Apache coordinating together. Like I mentioned before, the M1 is never employed by the U.S. Army without Apaches in support. In America, we use the terminology, the sports terminology of a quarterback. The better European sports analogy would be if the Apache wore a soccer jersey, a European football jersey, they'd wear the number 10. The most capable, the attacking center midfielder, which has the most capability to affect the fight. And then finally, I'd like to point out the picture in the upper left-hand corner, the large photograph of the Apache. That's a U.S. Army photo of a recent test fire of the Spike NLOS missile. And if you're familiar with that particular munition, the United States Army in Europe in particular realized a few years ago that they needed to expand the munition ranges of the existing helicopters. As Russia built an airspace and access and airspace denial bubble along the NATO eastern flank, we needed to have munitions that could reach much greater ranges into that bubble. And the Spike Endless missile is being fielded. It's ready to go. It's on the Apache already, and you will see it in the Eastern European theater. You'll see it in Central and Eastern Europe very soon. So the last chart I'm going to leave you with is this is not my chart. This is from U.S. Army Europe and U.S. American European Command. All right, and as Russia became belligerent, most recently with the seizure of Crimea, the attack in Georgia, the war in Donbass, the United States endeavored to strengthen its footprint in Europe and helping our NATO allies with what's called Operation Atlantic Resolve. So right now there's over 7,000 U.S. soldiers, which are primarily the vast majority from the U.S. Army, that are stationed everywhere from the Baltic coast all the way down to the Black Sea. There's 25 Apache helicopters that are stationed up and down the NATO eastern flank, primarily in Povets, at the airfield in Povets. There's N-1 Abrams tanks that are stationed all along the border in northeast northeast Poland and Romania. And if there is a NATO incursion that the forces need to fight tonight, Poland and Romania and the NATO allies will fight alongside the U.S. Army. And we often express the term, it's important to have interoperability within NATO. And while that is very true, I've recently heard, I think a graduate level of that concept is the phrase interchangeability. So as you look at what equipment will be employed in the fight, in a land warfare on the eastern flank, it will be an intense, high attrition combat. And the ability to be interchangeable, to have the parts of equipment and aircraft and services support to be interchangeable amongst our allies is a key consideration that Poland needs to consider as it looks for how it's going to modernize its military. Last week at D24, I heard Minister Błaszczak mention that Poland will make acquisition decisions that make it safer and stronger. And I can offer that there's no safer or stronger decision when it comes to modernizing the attack helicopter capability than to choose the Apache helicopter for the Crook campaign. So with that, I will give you back the rest of my time. I appreciate your efforts being here today and for your attention, and I hope you have a great rest of the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Thank you very much to all the industry leaders for sharing with us their incredible products, their incredible capabilities, the stories of what they propose to Allied armed forces. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be slowly moving towards the end of the second day of the Defense and Resilience track, where we've had some great subjects of great importance for security and for defense in Europe. And the next subject that we'll be discussing is, well, something we wouldn't want to consider, wouldn't want to happen, but as we say, if you want peace, be prepared for war. And for this discussion, to address the thinking of unthinkable, planning land warfare on the eastern flank, we will have the great honor and the great pleasure to have as the host, as the moderator, as the chair, Her Excellency, Madam Anna Maria Anders, Poland's ambassador to Italy. And there will also be a great group of panelists who will join Her Excellency in this speech, in this panel, to discuss the future possibilities of land warfare on the eastern flank of NATO. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome very, very warmly Ambassador Anna Maria Anders. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
So welcome the audience here in person. Welcome also those observing us online. A huge welcome to my illustrious panel, General Piotrowski, General Marlow, Dr. Peterson, General Wroński, and General Hodges. Land warfare, the unthinkable. Well, if we note the fact that there have been land conflicts going on in Georgia and Ukraine in the past few years, not really so unthinkable. I will direct my first question to General Hodges. As a senator here in Poland, my region included the Suwałki region, the Suwałki Gap, and I remember being particularly interested a few years ago in a report in the Washington Post about the fact that the Suwałki Gap was particularly vulnerable to any attacks because of the narrow corridor. So that perked my interest, and I have been interested in the subject ever since. So I would like to ask General Hodges what you think is the probability of a conflict on the eastern flank, and furthermore, how quick you think that we could count on a NATO response if there were to be a problem. And finally, I think most people would wonder, in view of what happened recently with a sort of lack of coordination in the withdrawal of Afghanistan, whether we could count on a coordinated response.
Ambassador, thank you. So, of course, our job, or my job was, and you have commanders here today, the job is to keep it unthinkable, to keep it unlikely that there would ever be a conflict along on the Eastern Front of NATO. And I think the only way, exactly as Marcin said, the way you keep it unlikely is, of course, to be prepared for it and to demonstrate capability, to train, to practice, and of course to back it up with logistics. I think Russian Federation forces, they look over, they see enhanced forward presence battle groups, they see a strong Polish armed forces, they see American rotational forces, but if they don't see the logistics, ammunition, the ability to move quickly, then I think the chance of the Kremlin making a terrible miscalculation begins to go up. And so there's, I think, three things that I would want to highlight that I know these commanders are working on. The first is speed of recognition. How fast can we recognize what's happening? It won't be a column of T-72 tanks. That will not be the first thing that we see. That's what I thought when I was a lieutenant in Germany a very long time ago. It was going to be tanks and BMPs. Today, it's going to be all the other things that are below the line, followed probably by salvos of missiles and rockets, cyber, and other disruptive activities that make it difficult for us to recognize what's happening so you can start processes. So the importance of intelligence sharing, getting the policies in place that allow us to share information and intelligence, regardless of what nation it is, I think is important. We have too much locked up inside of Five Eyes, when in fact most of the people who know what's happening are not going to be Five Eyes nations. The second thing is speed of decision, the ability to start movement. All of this is going to be happening in pre-crisis conditions, which means all EU road regulations are still in effect, that our civilian leaders have to go through the process to make decisions. And so how can we accelerate the decision-making process so that commanders can begin to take ammunition out of bunkers, to begin to deploy, to alert the VJTF, and also to start working with Polish or German Deutsche Bahn DB Cargo to begin movement. And then the third thing, of course, is the speed of assembly. We have to be able to move as fast or faster than Russian Federation forces to the point of potential crisis to demonstrate that we are ready. Now, of course, this is not the United States doing it alone. It has to be in consultation, which we failed to do coming out of Afghanistan, as you sort of highlight, Ambassador, in consultation with our allies at the ground level, but also at the capitals.
So I think recently, you know, in view of what General Hodges says, recently experts have been saying that because of high-powered MSR systems, everything, you know, the capability of NATO to function properly in the conventional warfare may be limited or less effective than it would be normally. And even the German armed forces have been criticized that perhaps they're not as conflict ready as they could be. So let me say that if that is the case, how do you actually see NATO responding to such how quickly and how effectively would you see NATO responding to such a situation? General Marlow, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And this is, in fact, a challenge that we are dealing with on a day-to-day basis. But let me take a quick look back in order to understand why the situation is as it is. Because until 2014, we all, not only Germany, we all were focused on fighting terrorism worldwide and respectively changed our structures and capabilities. And I think we all agree that 2014 was a game changer in that regards, and we all started to refocus on warfighting, on collective defense. But the capabilities that we lost are not easy to reestablish. But I think the development is currently well underway, and I can assure you that we are, be it on a national basis or in NATO, we are training for warfighting and try to enhance our capabilities. And this is not only limited to Germany. This is, I think, a general challenge in our NATO nations. We all have studied Russian armed forces since then, and their doctrine and their operations. And I think we came to some findings where we identified the strengths that they developed, which are challenges for us. And I will only name a few that I think are really of concern, which is their ability to quickly employ indirect fires within the whole depth of the combat zone seamlessly. This is something we have to address. It is their idea and the new structure of battalion task groups, which are, I would say, have a relatively interesting internal structure in the combination of close combat troops and indirect firing elements, as well as their ability to work at from the Russian soil at the inner line, so to say, in order to quickly concentrate troops along the whole border of Russia, compared to us, where we are at the outer line. And last but not least, the unilateral structure, which is also something which allows quicker decision making. I think from their weaknesses that I would say we can identify is still their hierarchical structure and going along with it, a limited flexibility, as well as a comparably large force, which is, as we see it, not fully logistically supportable along multiple conflict areas. So compared to that, what do we have on our side and on positive developments since then, and what you just addressed? So first of all, I think what is really impressive since 2014 is the demonstration of NATO cohesion, and this is expressed by what was already mentioned, enhanced forward presence, by extremely increased exercise activities. It is the establishment of the NATO response force and the very high readiness joint task force, as well as the continuing process of adjustment of force structures and capabilities. I think one of our advantages is also that we know the terrain. We are in the possible areas where an enemy could stage a conflict, and that gives us the chance to prepare and plan and to think about possible solutions. And to to also synchronize national and NATO plans in that regards. I think one big positive point on our side is also the increased engagement of our US partners in Europe, which is extremely important and which I personally experience more or less on a daily basis in our own activities. And I just want to name a few, let's say, the re-establishment of the Fifth Corps with elements here, forward elements here in Poland, with the establishment of critical force enablers like an artillery brigade and so forth. And I think also NATO adjusted within the NATO command structure as well as the NATO force structure. Risks that I see is, this is not only related to land forces, but also is the difference in the threat perception within NATO. So I think our allies directly at which have a border to Russia have a different perception of the threat than probably other nations. The potential of an increasing capability gap between the US army and the European armies, and going along with that, the whole question of interoperability. I would not even speak about interchangeability because that's the next step. I would be happy if we could achieve a seamless interoperability. And finally, that we as European partners probably have to deliver more in the future in terms of capabilities in order to relieve our US colleagues, but also to show our commitment in that regards. Yeah, I'll probably leave it with that for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we see from the Russian side, Russian armed forces, an awful lot of propaganda. And so let me turn now to General Piotrowski. Zapad 21, I mean, every time there's any exercises, it's a huge thing, supposedly to make us all afraid that they were going, in case there was an attack. So let me ask you, what can we learn from these exercises? And secondly, on the other hand, what can we learn from the NATO Defender live exercises?
First of all, thank you very much for the question, as well as thank you very much for the invitation to the panel and possibility to discuss such important issue like land warfare on the eastern front of NATO, which is excellent. Thank you very much. And I totally agree with you, Miss. We have to exactly understand our enemy without any doubts, not adversary, but enemy, and what are the targets. There is no doubts. We have no doubts that Russia is very determined and ready to regain the global status as a global power. And there is a lot, let me say, circumstances that those circumstances help a lot Russia to achieve such kind of goal. The second issue, which I consider, is Russia is totally obsessed on the having so-called limitroffs. It means buffer zone and the sphere and zone when Russia can control situation or at least influence the situation. And I'm afraid that we as a Poland, we are in this part of the zone. And when Russia plans, execute the exercises, we suffer a lot such kind of approach, not only during the exercise. And what is also very important, the military power for Russia, Russian army is not the first responder, not the first tool for the Russia, but for sure very strong tool to respond and to influence and to shape the environment. Even it is possible, necessary in the border, within the border, on the soil of Russia. And what is very important for us, Russia significantly, uses not necessarily military means to achieve the goals, like info ops, which we suffer last weeks and months, provocation, coercion, no doubts, and spying and psyops also. And
all of these factors, I mean about Russia's aims, as well as those measures, were planned, implemented, and executed during the Zapad 21 exercise. We exactly remember the first time when General Zhuravlev, the commander of the Western Military District, announced in January this year that Zapad 21 exercise has already started. It was in January. After that, we observed a lot of activities, step by step, totally with so-called doctrine of Chekhinov and Bogdanov. And after Chekhinov and Bogdanov writings, Mr. Gerasimov in 2013 announced and repeated once again all of these stages and all of the indicators. And those stages were implemented starting from January 2021 till, I strongly believe, this time, because officially between 10 and 16 of September, there was the active officials, mainly dedicated to DV days and shows, part of Zapad. But the Zapad exercise still is executed and conducting on the Russian soil. And the process of preparation, Grom, Thunder exercise, which is going to be conducted on October this year, is also part of Zapad 21 activities. What can we learn? There is no doubt that this exercise was bigger than Zapad 2017 and 19, not by the number of troops, but for sure by capabilities and kinds of units. I mean about airborne, air assets, maritime component, special forces. What was new on July, Russia dedicated special part of Zapad activities, let me say, under the Zapad umbrella activities, exercise under the nickname of Zasłon 21, Russians' name of this exercise. This part was dedicated to National Guard and Territorial Defense Forces. This exercise was totally linked between Belarus and Russia. And from our side, in accordance with my assessment, this exercise was extremely effective, despite the fact it was the first edition of such kind of exercise. After this exercise, we have no doubts that Belarusian armed forces, air component, land component, as well as special forces, and each, or maybe not single soldier, but each single kind of force is totally integrated without any independence from the Belarusian side. They received order from Russia side. They followed those orders. There is no doubts. What was unexpected? Frankly speaking, after the main stage, we expected the Russia will have a bigger component on Belarus soil, like at least one brigade-sized combat team. But frankly speaking, they left their one battalion of air defense and low number of air assets. And what was important but didn't surprise us, sorry, was the concealment of the offensive character of the exercise. Literally, it was defensive exercise, but now we are analyzing the scenario. Sorry, sorry. We are analyzing scenario of the exercise, but there is no doubt till this day this exercise were dedicated to offensive action against Poland and Western countries.
How does that compare to the NATO Defender live exercises? How do the Russians observe the? Because I guess they're looking. I'm not a military person, so if I'm asking a naive question, excuse me, but I'm just wondering how it compares.
officially, in accordance with Russia's propaganda, they have exactly the same observation. Like, we are defenders, and the Western, especially NATO, are offenders of us, and they are going to attack us. We know the truth. But speaking about defender, we really need such kind of activities, not only as an umbrella for a bigger number of exercise, but mentioned by General Hodges, I fully agree and support those three main factors. But what we have to firstly plan, after that exercise, implement, is a process of generation of force. There is no doubt. And after that, how to establish very clear, relatively simple C2 structure under the force. What kind of process of planning, transfer of authorities and handover of forces during the road and on the theater. And what is very important also, in the very dynamically changing environment, is battle space management. Because we have some, let me say, mentioned by General Hodges and by General Marlowe, national regulations, national solutions, and we have to find a common platform. And we have to be prepared, act, and sometimes react very, very rapidly, without any not necessary delay. And large-scale exercises conducted in many countries. It is what we really need, and this opportunity gives us such kind of exercise like Defender.
Thank you. So let me turn now to Dr. Peterson. The general said that the Belarusian forces and the Russian forces are together. They have their own, You spent so much time in the Ukraine. You have written some amazing papers about the Ukraine and land warfare and the situation there. So I am wondering, how do you see NATO there in the Ukraine? And also, let me touch the subject of hybrid warfare, which is also part, I think, of this land warfare situation. So can you share your views as how would you view the situation in view of what is happening in Ukraine, one country where we do actually still tend to see the land warfare for the last few years?
Thank you. I would start by just saying that the general staff, the Russian general staff, and I are in a different universe than the people on this stage, because we don't even operate under the same lexicon. For us, even the title of this panel is inappropriate. There is no such thing as land warfare. There's warfare. And with, I would start by saying I would also disagree with Lieutenant Hodges during the Cold War, who was expecting the Russian tanks to come across the border. That's not how it would start. The Soviets then calculated that 50% of NATO's firepower was delivered by fixed-wing aviation. So they needed to rapidly shift the correlation of forces. You do that by suppressing the main operating bases. You don't let them fly. And they understand. As a matter of fact, they even had a joke. They used to say, after the end of the war, and two Soviet marshals are enjoying coffee in Paris, and one says, how'd the air battle go? We don't know. They don't care, because they didn't care if they lost every single fixed-wing aviation asset so long as NATO fixed-wing assets didn't fly. Now today, the Russians feel differently. They feel that even greater reliance on fixed-wing aviation. I can't tell you what the exact figure is, but it's more than 50% from their perspective. Now, the blue guys here can say the Russians are wrong, and that's fine, because you're the experts on the blue side. But from the red side, the first 3 to 5 days of offensive operations, they intend to make sure that there is no fixed-wing, NATO fixed-wing aircraft flying. So if NATO ground forces expect to have any air support, it's going to be from rotary aviation. That's it, because that's all there's going to be. That's the only possibility. Aircraft like the Apache that can get off main operating bases and keep moving because they will be hunting. The Russian army is terrified by the Apache, and so they have created and are in the process of creating teams of their best helicopters to try to hunt them down, understanding that just like fixed-wing aircraft, they don't match up very well with our stuff. But that's what they can do, so they'll try to do the best they can. And right from the get-go, what's our policy? It's deterrence. Well, let me explain. The Russians use a consistent phrase to describe our notion of deterrence. It's punishment by terror. Hitting back after we've received the first punch. Their notion of deterrence is defined by the concept of restraint, preventing the opponent from executing options like using nuclear weapons or like using fixed-wing aircraft. So the whole approach from the Russian side is just, it's not in the lexicon that we're using. And so if, to slip back into the blue role for a moment, if our policy is deterrence, we certainly aren't succeeding. We're failing. Because deterrence is in the eye of the beholder. And we simply aren't taking the Russian concepts and approach into our planning process as best as I can see it.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Before I allow General Hodges to answer, let me ask General Vronsky, because you mentioned air surveillance and aircraft monitoring, or whatever the term is. Let me ask General Vronsky, as a former Army pilot, you will no doubt disagree with people who say that since we have very sophisticated missile systems and drones, that it is actually, the role of Army aviation is not as important as it used to be. So what would you say to that?
To jest bardzo dobre pytanie. Ja przepraszam, będę mówił po polsku, żeby lepiej być zrozumianym pomimo wszystko. Jeżeli weźmiemy pod uwagę, że scenariusze minionych czy historycznych czasów, one się nie powtórzą, nie będzie już takiej kalki, nie będzie już takiej możliwości wykonania identycznych posunięć przez przeciwnika, bo tak właśnie należałoby pojmować to, co się wydarzyło na Ukrainie, to, co się w Syrii wydarzyło, to, co się wydarzyło w innych krajach, to dzisiaj musimy zweryfikować swoje poglądy na ten temat, gdyż wielu ekspertów do tej pory powtarzało, że lotnictwo w takiej postaci, w jakiej jest, czy śmigłowce, samoloty, będą zmierzchem, że wejdzie nowa generacja broni, nowe aparaty latające, że wszystko zastąpią bezpilotowce i tak dalej. Chciałem zauważyć jedną bardzo ważną rzecz. Skoro te scenariusze mogą się nie powtórzyć już nigdy, to należy przyjąć na wiarę to, że jeżeli piętrowo mamy ułożone systemy bezpieczeństwa od kosmosu poprzez wysokie tak zwane lotnictwo, tak jak my mówimy, gdzie plasujemy F-35 za chwilę, F-16, niższe piętra, projekt Wisła, projekt Narew, niższe jeszcze poziomy, śmigłowce, później to wszystko, co jeździ i porusza się na ziemi, łącznie z tak zwanym tym butem wojskowym, to trzeba zweryfikować swoje poglądy i moi koledzy, eksperci, uderzamy się w pierś. Tak, przyszłość lotnictwa jak najbardziej jawi się w wielkim znaczeniu i teraz uwaga, w powiązaniu właśnie przy efekcie synergii razem z bezpilotowcami, z dronami, jak kto woli. Możemy tutaj odmieniać sobie przez różne przypadki. Ten efekt synergii lotnictwa połączony z urządzeniami, tak jak przy F-35, lojalny skrzydłowy, spowoduje, że najpierw poleci takie urządzenie, czy taki aparat o małej wartości, czy mniejszej wartości, który nawet możemy go poświęcić po to, żeby zanim samolot, który będzie wykonywał zadanie, żeby mógł bezpiecznie przelecieć. Jeżeli puścimy rój dronów, one uaktywnią wszelkie sensory, uaktywnią wszelkie systemy i za nimi pójdzie lotnictwo uderzeniowe.
Panie generale, czy ja mogę chwileczkę przerwać, bo mamy dwóch generałów, który nie rozumie. So if I can just give a short explanation, because they didn't have a translation. So the general is saying that, yes, we do have the sophisticated systems like the drones and everything, but you still need the aircraft in front of them in order to prepare the ground, to survey the scene. So it's not as if the air aviation is completely opposite. You can't go into the modern systems without having a preparation. That is basically, in a précis, what he said.
From the red perspective, they called it, during the Cold War, they called it the воздушная операция, an air operation. But even then, it started by missiles delivering strikes on airfields and including scatterable mines, because you can't take off on an airfield with high-performance aircraft with scatterable mines all over. So you have to shut down the main operating base and clean everything up before you can put it back into operation. Today, they call it an aerospace operation because it is even more heavily dependent on non-fixed-wing assets delivering the ordnance initially. So it's really starts with ballistic missiles and cruise missiles targeting the airfields, keeping us from launching our aircraft.
Tak, oczywiście i to jest pełna zgoda. Natomiast proszę zauważyć, że do wykonania jakiejkolwiek operacji przez wojska lądowe potrzebne jest panowanie w powietrzu. Nieważne, czy ono będzie stałe, czy ono będzie czasowe. Po to, żeby wykonać przewagę, będzie potrzeba zapanowania nad przestrzenią, nad strefą, na której dokonała się inwazja czy reakcja przeciwnika. A tutaj musimy jeszcze sobie jedną chyba bardzo ważną rzecz powiedzieć. Polska jako członek NATO, który do tej pory był w swojej większości wyposażony w tak zwaną technikę poradziecką, bardzo pilnie potrzebuje nowych, nowoczesnych maszyn. Ja rzeczywiście skupię się tutaj na lotnictwie, powiem o tak zwane, używając slangu lotniczego, lotnictwo szybkie, czyli odrzutowe, lotnictwo śmigłowcowe. Potrzebujemy najnowszych, najnowocześniejszych rozwiązań. I tu nie chodzi o to, żebyśmy bili rekordy w prędkościach, żebyśmy bili rekordy, mówię tu przykładowo do śmigłowców, żebyśmy bili inne rekordy na długotrwałość lotów, ponieważ będziemy operowali na flance wschodniej i zawsze będziemy wspierani przez piętro wyższe, czyli przez lotnictwo na przykład F-16 czy F-35. I łatwo zorientować się w tym momencie, że jeżeli przeciwnik nie do końca będzie wiedział, jak działają systemy, i tu prośba do moich kolegów, ekspertów, dziennikarzy, nie bądźcie na tyle wnikliwi, że będziecie chcieli wyciągnąć najdrobniejsze szczegóły częstotliwości, systemy, w jaki sposób systemy działają, bo to szaremu zjadaczowi chleba do niczego nie jest potrzebne. To jest nam, fachowcom, potrzebne.
Mogę przerwać? General Hodges, would you like to respond to Dr. Peterson since he so vehemently disagreed with you?
Well, when I was a lieutenant, everybody disagreed with me. I had a lieutenant's view of the world. I don't disagree at all with what Phil has said about, I mean, I would defer to his knowledge about what a Soviet attack would have looked like in 1981 on the North German plain. But I'm sure the first thing I would have seen was probably some BMPs or tanks. So I defer to him. A very interesting point, though, that General Grumsey has just made, an emphasis on modern aircraft. And for sure, all of us are working hard to make sure that the women and men of our armed forces have the best possible equipment, the best capabilities that we need. But I would say the priority over modernization is making sure that you have readiness with what you have, which means you have to have all the women and men in the formations, in the ships, in the aircraft. So there's a manning component. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here a little bit, but I think it's worth repeating. And you have to have ammunition. Every exercise I've ever been on, all of the ammunition was gone by day 2. I'm talking about computer-assisted exercises, high-level conflict, because we still are in the mindset of Afghanistan. But the amount of interceptors, Hellfire missiles, artillery, javelin, it is all gone by day 2. And so part of readiness is spending the money necessary to have the ammunition you need, the transport capability. So every chief of the general staff and every minister has to wrestle with readiness, capability, or size, and modernization. This is a continuous struggle that General Andrzejczak has to deal with, General Zorn has to deal with, and of course, General Milley in the United States has to deal with. If you'll allow me one final point. These enhanced forward presence battle groups that are sitting, the American-led in Orzic, the German-led in Lithuania, the Canadian-led in Latvia, and the British-led in Estonia, I sometimes hear people refer to them as speed bumps in a sort of a dismissive way. And it's important to keep in mind that that German-led battle group is integrated into the Iron Wolf Brigade of Lithuania. And the Iron Wolf Brigade of Lithuania is integrated into the territorial defense of Lithuania, as well as what Multinational Corps Northeast is organizing. And the US-led battle group in Orzic, it's not just 1,000 soldiers from the United States and Romania and UK and Croatia. If you see one American soldier, you're going to see those 26 Apache helicopters that Adam was talking about earlier. And you're going to see a sky full of US Air Force, part of them as well. So these battle groups are actually substantial deterrent capability, assuming that they can talk to each other and that they are trained.
Gentlemen, we have 12 minutes left. I saw General Piotrowski, General Marlowe nodding when General Hodges was speaking. So can I quickly have your views before I turn it over again to Dr. Peterson, who is going to disagree? General Piotrowski, may I start with you?
Thank you very much. I fully agree. And to sum up a little bit, of course, our topic is thinking the unthinkable in land domain. This part, this front of NATO, from my perspective, is land-oriented with two seas on the flank. Of course, in the same time, we have to remember that we have at least two new domains, which is cyber and space. And having in mind our history, especially geography and recent events on our border, huge challenge for me as a Polish operational commander is to answer myself for the question which way we should follow as a mainly land-oriented army to prepare to implement multi-domain concept for the future operation, which is a huge challenge. But all the time having in mind that when we have struggled with Russia in the decisive point, in the open conflict as a last stage, it will be probably mainly conducted on the ground. Thank you very much.
General Marlow, what would you say, your comment?
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, I fully share these points. The point is just, yes, we have to think a conflict joint and perhaps multi-domain, but from a land perspective, we have to find out which contribution we could deliver or what we can do in order to enhance the capabilities. And I think, first of all, as I said, from my perspective, it is key that we are seamlessly interoperable, especially with US forces, in a multi-domain environment. And secondly, because the air domain was mentioned, it is also critical for us capability to air defense as well as counter UAV capability in order to be able to defend ourselves. And other than that, it is the land contribution which is mainly based on a higher level of readiness. And I know that the nations as well as NATO is actively working on better concepts to how to increase the readiness to be able to more quickly respond to any kind of challenges. Thank you.
So we have 9 minutes left. I don't know whether there's anybody in the audience who desperately wants to ask a question.
I would like, Casimir Pulaski Foundation, I would like also to mention another dimension. We discussed integrated air and missile defense this morning. We discussed aviation fixed one capabilities. We discussed cyber, but we haven't discussed yet electronic warfare dimension. As we know that Russia made a lot of progress in that kind of capabilities. We saw it in Ukraine, systems like Korchuka 2, for example, and this is definitely an area when our potential adversaries has advantage over the NATO countries. So, gentlemen, if you can share your insight, what we as the NATO states, as a NATO as a whole, do to improve our capabilities in electronic warfare dimension. Thank you.
So who would like to answer that?
So our electronic warfare capability had deteriorated so much that in Iraq, the Navy had to send over EW experts to help us do counter IED. We had lost that skill. We're trying to rebuild it. But I'm actually more worried about the EW capability that the Russian Federation forces have. When you think about these EFP battle groups in the Suwalki corridor area, all of them are within range of every electronic warfare system that the Russian Federation forces have. So if we're not able to speak in a secure frequency hopping tactical FM radio, for example, then every single unit is going to be jammed, targeted, and hit, just the way Ukrainian forces are. So that's why I like hearing General Marlow emphasizing the importance of interoperability so that all of our units can speak in a secure way that can't be jammed.
Any other questions?
Janusz Onyszkiewicz, Euro-Atlantic Association. I would like you to say something how to address the problem of tactical nuclear weapons, especially in a situation that in Russia, informally, but still is a lot of talk about so-called de-escalation with the use of tactical nuclear weapons.
Actually, the Russians have a accepted concept of escalate to de-escalate, and that goes all the way up to nuclear strikes against American coastal cities. So using cruise missiles, eliminating our ability to move troops and material to Europe. And they would indicate that, look, we don't want a strategic exchange, so we're using cruise missiles so you don't mistake that for some massive strike. So it's at the highest level and it's at the lowest level. Unlike the US, we made it a federal crime to develop fourth-generation nuclear weapons. The Russians have developed it. They have weapons that are sub 0.2 of a kiloton. That's so small that it's going to be difficult for an American commander to even be able to reliably report back that he's just been hit by a nuclear weapon. So it's you know, it's the ninth element of new generation warfare, and we're not even talking about it.
If I may, one statement. Of course, I fully agree, and we know that using of nuclear weapon is an integral part of Russia's concept of new generation warfare, as was mentioned by Mr. Peterson. What we can do, we can answer them and show them that we are determined, as, of course, as NATO, not as each single nation. We are determined to answer appropriately and relatively to the threat. And it means that we are able to use in the same time, in the same manner like Russia does.
I think there were two questions on the right there.
Hello, I am Sigita Struberg, Latvian Transatlantic Organization. I will have a question not regarding weapons, but regarding hybrid warfare. I would like to ask regarding migrants pushed on our borders at the moment. So Lithuania, Poland, they were mentioned before, but actually Latvia is facing the same situation at the moment. And by the way, I did some focus groups in parts of society in borderlands. They don't talk about readiness. They talk about how scared they are. But my question is, so if we define it as a hybrid warfare, or if we define it as a part of Zapad 2021, which was also mentioned here, so how would you define it, hybrid warfare or part of exercises? And what does it mean for NATO? What would be like appropriate reaction from NATO side?
Don't know who would like to. General Pulaski.
Of course, I can't answer as a NATO itself as organization, but I can answer as a Polish officer. We, as you, ma'am, know, we suffer a lot last weeks. This kind of procedure, let me say, and process, but because it is not the operation, it is definitely, from my perspective, it is my personal opinion, of course, it is definitely not at the part as exercise Zapad 2021. It is real operation against let me say, cohesion of alliance. Probably it will be, and it is, huge challenge for NATO as well as for European Union, how we pass such kind of exam. Because it is real info, but not only info, psychological operation from Russia side, not a single Belarus as a single country. From my perspective, Belarus is only tool in the Kremlin's hands. It's not a part of exercise. It is real operation. Thank you.
I think it's more of a role for the EU than it is for NATO. I mean, this is an attempt by Belarus to undermine cohesion and challenge the European Union by giving them this problem with migrants. And I think the EU should be doing more to protect three of its members, Poland and Lithuania and Latvia, from the negative messaging that's out there now, the images, and only the EU has the diplomatic and economic power to force the Kremlin to put pressure on Minsk to stop it, and also the ability to cause Iraq to stop it at the source, as allowing people to get on planes to fly into Belarus. So I think the EU has a lot more to do here than does the alliance.
We have time for one mini question, very quick. So let me ask the panel very quickly then, one last question. We hear a lot about Army Europe. Yes, no, quickly. You think that this is feasible? Will it happen in the next 5 years? Yes, European Army.
European Army, I'm totally for the very strong, ready fight tonight NATO Army, and we should focus on such kind of activity.
Yeah, I fully share that we have NATO, and that is a proven alliance, but we as Europeans should bring more on the table in that regards.
I think we're at war today. Pure and simple, we should stop thinking about cyber war. It's called information war in the Soviet Union or in Russia, and it's comprised of the technical tools like cyber and intellectual tools like cognitive warfare.
Ja chciałem zwrócić uwagę, żeby nie zapominać o wszystkich narzędziach, którymi człowiek w ogóle dysponuje. Jeżeli na poprzednich ćwiczeniach Zapad, ja nie mówię na tych, które były teraz ostatnio, Rosjanie wyciągnęli swoje urządzenia pracujące na lampach analogowe, to proszę zauważyć, że czemuś to służy i nie zapominajmy o tak zwanej technice, która już minęła.
I don't know what a European army does. I mean, what if people can't define what it would be? Then why are we wasting time and energy on this? The Bundeswehr and Polish armed forces are already very busy trying to fulfill their NATO and national requirements. Why? I mean, what would we be accomplishing? So this is a political debate, and it's a waste of time.
Okay, we'll sum it up. So I think we're all for an Army Europe, if there were going to be one, but working together with NATO. Gentlemen, illustrious generals, I mean, really, apart from Dr. Peterson and myself, I'm surrounded by uniforms. Thank you, and very interesting discussion, and I look forward to speaking with you all for a time soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again to our wonderful panelists. Thank you, Her Excellency, for great moderation of the panel. And this was the last panel of the Defense and Resilience track of the Warsaw Security Forum 2021. What an incredible 2 days we have had here. We have been able to discuss some of the most burning subjects for security and defense in Poland, in Europe, and globally. We have been able to listen to presentations of cutting-edge defense technologies. We have been able to listen to some of the leaders in the field of defense, to some of the great thinkers, and to many of representatives of our allied governments in NATO. And ladies and gentlemen, if there's one very strong message coming from all of our meetings, it is that the coherence and collaboration and unity of allies within the NATO alliance is now more critical than ever, because the new threats, which we've been calling so, are no longer new. They're here to stay. There's a new reality, and it is a reality, and we need to be ready to respond.
And now it is maybe hard to believe that the second day of the Defense and Resilience track come to the end, but we have still a full agenda packed with interesting panel discussions in our Global Outlook track, and we would like to kindly invite you to join the event in the next room. The panel discussions will take place until 6 p.m. and then they will be followed by a farewell cocktail party. So we wish you a pleasant evening, and we hope you will stay with us. We would like to thank our honorable guests, our distinguished speakers, moderators, representatives of the industry business and industry defense, the representatives of the NGOs. We also would like to thank our guests, online viewers. You are more than welcome to join us also next year, and we would like to see all of you next year. So thank you again for being with us for the last 2 days, and we wish you all the best, good health, and fruitful discussion still following our ending of the Defense and Resilience track right now. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Joanna.
Thank you, Marcin. See you.